Good morning, everyone. Wall Street bets FOMO for Bobby coming in. Yeah, I saw that. We'll see. I hope so. Looks like it's moving in pre-market already. Bobby short float, 101%. Ooh. What do you think of the drop on GME last night and this morning? Looks like GME broke that upward trend with volume near the end of the day yesterday. Nah. Still a little ways off. Are you talking about the dip? Fell a little bit below the EMA 30 and last night, but it's already back up again, right? Well, mostly back up into that range. Yeah, doesn't look too bad. Can you get the AMC dilution and stupidity out of the way now? Who gives a shit? They've just found another way to dilute their float. Now he can release more shares. Due to ape demand, well, we're gonna double the float of ape. What do you think about the jobs? Oh, I went over that in the daily, like first paragraph. What do you think BBY will have a similar peak to GME this week? It doesn't have quite as many ETF FTDs as GME does. Remember, BBBY has been plenty liquid on its own, without seeing significantly high failure rates. 3D chess is the best. What are your top 5 squeeze stacks in the basket right now? The basket's huge. It's like anything. It's any mid cap or small cap company that has, low amounts of liquidity. Um, it's also not part one. It's just the whole DD. um, are you talking about like the? Okay, never mind. I see what you're saying. Um, Revlon, Bobby, GME, all look very, very promising. There's about 900 others that are like penny stocks and shit that are squeezing right now. As more and more liquidity leaves the macro environment, you will see the effect that you currently see on all these small penny stocks and things like um what is it, AMTD and all of those. I posted them in the fucking thing. You're gonna see that on larger and larger companies. GameStop's pretty big and pretty liquid, so it could be some time before we see the same effect on it, but it's happening, right? And retail ensures that it happens a little faster. Thank you for the end of the day wrap up yesterday. That was the most epic one yet. Yeah, a bunch of people thought I was like actually angry, which I thought was hysterical. No, I was not angry, guys. I was just fucking around. Big SI, small float, same like big ball, small P. I don't know how much the SI matters. You remember what you wrote in the Daily Post about the market reacting positively to the economic data? Yeah. So the jobs data came in phenomenal today, but that data is inverse the Fed's plans to reduce demand in the market. So, it's going to upset more people with more jobs that are paying more money is going to upset the demand and continue to keep demand high and continue to keep pressure on volatile commodities and a recovering supply chain, which can only serve to make inflation worse. So really what the Fed wants to see is they want to see some unemployment and less labor market participation. They don't want to say that, but they want to see it. The biggest problem being that politicians are leaning really heavily on jobs data as being the key piece of evidence that we're not in a recession, when ironically it's probably the thing that will cause it. Bobby over 7. Ooh. Hey, look at that. I now have 50 calls on the money. Hmm. Weekly calls will cash out soon. How didn't Bobby halt? Well, it's pretty simple. I'm gonna buy some more 10s. Ew. Never mind. We still have high FTDs for today. Yes. Yeah, we have high FTDs today. I still expect most of the price action on Monday, but we do have them. Remember that total's cumulative? So we had 2.1 on 2.1 million FTDs on the 21st of June and 2.5 on the 22nd. Um it's very likely that we see the majority of the covering on Monday. This is today. They're not going to run the zero DTEs if they can avoid it, right? Today we get a pullback. No biggie, right? I don't know if we'll get a pullback. You're saying 1 to 2x, saying 100%, 200% gains, double and triple your initial cost basis? Yeah, essentially. I have $10 CCs for Jan 2023. What is the likelihood they get exercised early if it crosses $10? Slim. I mean, there are leaps, right? So it's likely that the holder will continue to hold them. That's the risk of selling leaps, is that, you know, early exercise is not guaranteed. They paid for all that theta for a reason, right? Is there literally no bid-ask data available for Bobby? Like, on what? Like the NBBO? Or options? Options data looks fine. Ooh, those are cheap. I'm talking about GME when I'm discussing the majority of the covering to be done on Monday. We continue to have ETF FTDs on GME beyond Monday, into the 10th, but they're much, much lower. It's more like yesterday. Probably not a big effect. Is GME getting shorted? Not really. Or at least if it is, not very significantly. What will it take to see Jimmy at 50? Probably a pretty hard volume. I mean, that's $200. Jimmy doesn't trade at $200 very often. At least not since November of last year. They're near in the money 819 Rev 10 C safe. Near in the money 819 Rev 10. No, I don't think Rev may not move to 10 by August at 19th. Why so much low volume on Rev? No FTDs yet? I mean, it's questionable on if Rev has any ETF FTDs or not. It may, but the quantities of them are probably quite low, given that it was only in one ETF, right? If BBBY hits $8 today, then what? That's really cool. It still needs to hit. BBBY still needs to hit $10 in order for, you know, that gamma to flip and trigger all that volatility. And more likely, it needs to hit and surpass $10 with some volume before the market maker decides to hedge that risk, because it's quite a lot of risk. It's a good entry point for Rev. It's not the best, but it, you know, it's okay. Do you think Cat's recent high of 200 was the peak of this cycle? Probably. Is it still coming down? Yeah, it's kind of stabilizing in this range. I bought some September 190s the other day. I'll probably buy more if it can hold this range. Like, I don't mind if it chops in here for a while. But SLD's coming up, don't forget. And that's going to pull the Dow down. which will have a big effect on CAT. If CAT's still trading at 185 by the time SLT hits, it's very likely it'll drop back into like the high 170s, maybe even mid 170s. Ooh, it's fun. Why does it take so long for IBKR to have updated options after open? Is there a premium version where you get the data quicker? Yeah, you can pay for premium data feed. I think it's like $1 or $5 a month or something like that. You get real-time options data. I think IBKR actually has a couple real-time options data services. Would you hold 819 in the money Bobby calls over the weekend? Or look for a spot to dump them today. How in the money are you? I'm taking the loss and buying back the CCs. Bobby's really rising quick. We're within $2 of my cost basis. So make that small loss if it crosses 10. Fair enough. Wanting leaps on Rev, but wanting Jan 24 Cs. Since it seems like this could take a while. Yeah. You think waiting for it to open would be okay? Or would Jan 23 Cs get exposure to a possible run? I mean, I don't have any Jan 24s. It doesn't even have them right now. The furthest dated leap that Revlon has is December. Which aren't terrible, but there's no OI here, so the spreads are awful. Um yeah, most of my options position is for January 2023. I think that's more than a sufficient amount of time. It's only August right now. Opera's $1.50. Yeah, okay. I don't know what they cost. I have them on IBKR, but I have no idea what I'm paying for it. About $1.5 a month. Dirt cheap, and if you trade a bunch, it becomes free. Yeah. I have a little cash left to buy more GME shares. You think we may go back to the 33, 35 range in the near future? After the 10th, I expect us to see some downside. It may be quite strong, but we'll see. I'm not sure yet. They've shown a lack of interest in shorting GME for the last couple months. So, um, but yeah, after the 10th, once the FTDs start to resolve, I expect we can start to see some downside. I still have no intention of buying GameStop for more than like $25 a share. Has the rev play been extended out to a much longer time frame, or expecting price action sooner rather than later? Um, I still kind of expect the next two OPEXs to be very, very important for it. So August and September. Um, getting back on Reg SHO. If you're looking for like a signal of when to get in or trying to time it. I mean, it's tough because the number of FTDs being generated on it are kind of an unknown at this point. What's really interesting is out of all the stocks in the NYSE for the last 4 consecutive days, the only one that has not reported any SIP data is Revlon. So we have no idea how much dark pool trading is occurring on it. So yeah, it's hard to say without that data. It's hard to determine where those FTDs are going to fall. They definitely exist. I think the rate of failure on Revlon is still quite high. SIP data, SIP data security information processors. So like the SEC's national market system, like NMS, or NBBO, LULD, um, the Consolidated Tape Association, which is CTA. They oversee SIP for NYSE listed securities. So it's like the NBBO essentially, or well, you could refer to it as like the BBO. Yeah, limit up, limit down. You're right. BBIG halted most yesterday and now suspended. Bullish when shenanigans abound. Yeah, I like shenanigans. I have no idea. Good guy, Greg. So if it follows GameStop's price from last year and the reg showing that occurred there in October and then got pulled back, you know, GME then had a pretty large OPEX in December and then went crazy in January, right? Well, November actually. So it was like November, December, Jan, and then it just went straight up. And then so it was taken off threshold in October, re-added to threshold in December. So as they try to swap out um their positions, right? So like, obviously they can't settle all of these failed trades. So if they're swapping them out short term, they're swapping them out to the next futures date, which for us right now is September 16th. But that's kind of what we saw in October, right? Like, it got swapped out, and then December 17th, uh, the following settlement period after December 17th, GME was back on the threshold list. So for Revlon, we're in August. OPEX has yet to happen, and then we have September, which is the next futures expiration date, um, and then December is the one following that. So, if we hit Reg SHO here, that's very promising for the period leading into November OPEX. If we hit Reg SHO sooner in August, that's very promising for September OPEX. In the meantime, Revlon's staying pretty volatile, and the market maker is still pricing in a ton of risk on it. So there's still a lot of money to be made short term. You show us Bobby? Yeah, it's moving up too. Is that legal or against the rules to report that data? Eh, not reported. It's I wouldn't say it's legal. It's definitely a violation of the reporting policies, but I have $25 in the money BBY calls up 125%. Congratulations. Best way to create most price pressure: sell 10, exercise 10, or sell all, roll them forward and out September $8. Let's see. If you sell all and buy September 9th, or September 16th, I assume you mean, $8 calls. Would you increase your leverage? I mean, the delta on the $8 calls is really good. It's 0.54. Right now you have fives. So you get 2 to 1. So yeah, you'd increase the amount of pressure on the market maker. Right now the market maker is hedging 89 shares per contract. A rollout, you would roughly double your number of contracts. So increasing the amount of delta hedging required on the market maker's part by roughly 20 shares per contract rolled, give or take, depending on, price action, obviously, but right now. Please say in your ASMR style, there's crime happening around Revlon. We'll see. I mean, traditionally the week, like the next couple days for GME will be probably decent. After that, hopefully we see them slam the price. If we don't see them slam the price, that's not like good, right? We want that large amount of put volume because it accelerates our price action going into OPEX. If we don't see it, it kind of looks like we're heading into another NOPEX situation. Maybe like a small rise on, ETF FTD covering, or ETF covering after OPEX expiration, but maybe not a lot. Only if MMs are hedging well on Bobby. Haven't been so far. I mean, they've bumped their delta values up a lot. Call pricing is much more in line than where it was a couple weeks ago. Good price to buy into Bobby? I mean, it's been trading at $4 and $5 for the last 2 months. You should have bought it then, right? No problem, Harry. Congratulations, man. What do you think about the Dorito of Doom, DD? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I think it's stupid. It's big fucking stupid. It drew 2 fucking lines around the price action. It's almost as dumb as critical margin. At least it doesn't make broad sweeping assumptions along with its 2 lines. I did see the AMC thing. I feel sorry for anybody who's continued to hold that stock after it hit $70. Good time to sell a Bobby CC for a $10 strike. No? Probably not. Adam Aaron is a clever villain. He's not even clever. It's just the people that buy the stock are dumb as dirt. Who wants to be a GME miner with me? Oh god. Thoughts on JFresh proposing no FTDs on GME last night on the Discord? I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He's looking at the same data I am. I'd love to see Rev drop 5 or 6 so I can buy in for more, but would that be the sweet spot for the shorts? Or does it need to go much lower? That'd be the sweet spot for the shorts. I'm not sure what you mean. You said money to be made in Rev. You mean OPEC cycles? OPEC cycles and FTD covering both are seeming to drive quite a lot of price action on Revlon right now. I feel like I made out like a bandit on AMC. I bought for 18, sold at 57. Feel fantastic. Huh. Tesla dying. Ooh, my puts. Hold on. Ooh. Oh, nice. Hold on. I wanna close some of these. I have way too many fucking Tesla puts right now. Um Fuck you, Elon. I know you are, Elon. Remember when everyone yesterday was like, aren't you scared of holding Tesla puts into their meeting? No. I had 920s and 910s. I sold all the 920s, half the 910s. I still have the majority of the position is still at 900. Yesterday, in 1 minute chart, we saw 330K volume. And you mentioned probably dark pool dump. The dump is the phase after internalization. No. So when an order is placed in a dark pool, it prints and then it settles at some time in the future. Sometimes they settle over time, sometimes they settle all at once. It depends on the dark pool. So basically, like, you put the order in. 15 minutes later, it prints to the tape. Then, at some point in the future, which can be up to 24 to 48 hours, depending on if it's a foreign dark pool or not, or if there's any holiday or delay, it will settle. They can settle over time, like that. They can settle in big blocks all at once, or just one big block all at once. If they're on a foreign exchange, yeah, they can get up to 24 to 48 hours to fully settle out. We don't see a lot of this going on, but it can happen. So that's why sometimes, we'll see those big like deviations in like delta, like estimated delta volume, because dark pools print but the volume hasn't traded, right? So you have the print but you don't have the time and sale, or like you have the time and sale but you don't have the volume, rather. So we'll see like delta volume at like 130%, and then we'll see like dark pool volume at like 67%, and then that's just because this hasn't hit the exchange yet. I like your explanation of Rev bag holders. I'm part of the second group, laughing at the first and then FOMOing into the second peak. Luckily, they are tiny bags, not too heavy. I'm learning things. That's okay. You'll get less exuberant as time goes on. Usually, once you get burned enough. Cohen buying into Bobby? I don't know about that. Looks like Rev is doing the exact same thing it did in June. Very similar, yeah. Well, most of this price action is because all of that volume that failed in June, right? So Revlon's generating FTDs at a rate faster than it can effectively clear them. What's your average on Rev shares? I have them at between like 910 and 930. I don't know. Probably like 917, something like that. I don't want to do the math right now. My average on Bobby and Fidelity is over $16. Jesus Christ. Don't feel bad. I think my share cost, even with the August options that I sold back in March, is still at like $11. Best time frame for MACD and Bollinger Bands. Not really the same thing, are they? You want to use them both at the same time? Daily? My average Bobby share cost is 27.60. Beat that. All right, I can't. You didn't average down at all? What's your best guess on the driver behind this BBBY volume? FOMO? I mean, eventually, we'll hit the gamma flip point, and which is at what is the gamma flip point for Bobby right now? Don't fuck with me. Yeah, the gamma flip point's at 9.5 now, actually, as of this morning. That's exciting. Well, if we hit the gamma flip point, shit could go crazy. The market maker has to reposition at that point, theoretically. Wall Street Bets is losing their minds. Was it intentional that you used the GME chart to tell us how we got Rev bag holders? I have the feeling that I'm missing something. No, not at all. Imply that people who bought GME at a cost basis of $300 and $400 are bag holders? Me? Never. How dare you? Those are apes. We're gonna pick them up in our rocket ship. What's the significance of the gamma flip point? Theoretically, the market maker would have to rehedge at that price. Oh, thank God. I was about to get very offended. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, after holding Bobby underwater for 2 months, there's a part of me that really wants to sell all of my $5 leaps right now and drop my cost basis. Diamond hands or whatever. Do it. Don't rug pull us. I'm holding, don't worry. Exercise them. Gross. I mean, that's not gonna drop my cost basis that much. They're $5 calls. What's your take on the AMC dividend? Of all the things that I have time to give a fuck about, it's not even on the list. What's the benefit of holding these $5 instead of rolling them up to tens or something? I mean, how much are you really making on rolling them? There we go. $9.50, Sinister. Is increasing shares to reduce cost basis a bad strategy in your opinion, or just for your current situation? Exercising shares to reduce cost basis. No, it's not necessarily a bad strategy if your cost basis is high. The problem for me is if I exercise them, it's really not going to lower my cost basis by much. Like, I'd make more money selling them. I have quite a lot of Bobby shares at a higher cost basis already. Critical margin for Bobby must be $8. I think it was 5. Okay, cool. My basis is higher than Wiz Khalifa. Beautifully put, Carl. Do you own any Revlon yet? Yeah, I have like 50. Nope. 6,000 shares. Is that right? 5,900 shares. Yeah, 5,900 shares. My Mac dork is the Revlon and Bobby chart. They're almost touching. Can a squeeze on BBY bring benefits and break any chains that keep GME's price anchored? Not really. I don't even think it's like the same short positions, frankly. Once upon a time it was, but not anymore. Although, to be fair, nobody would ever try to short GME in the same massively stupid way they tried to short BBBY. Pull on how many BBBY contracts people have. At $10, the ratio, you can just look at the put call ratio. I don't need to do a poll. The out of the money put call ratio on BBBY is fucking absurd. It's like 33 to 1 on some strikes. 40 to 1 on some strikes, I think, actually. How high can Bobby fly after $10? Who the fuck knows? This is just up. Closed all of my BBY positions when it hit $8.04. It can moon now. GME is about to hit 69. No, it's not. I sold my $50 Bobby 6.5 calls for Revlon 2 days ago. Now I only have 5 $7 calls. That wasn't very smart. Why did you do that? Something new and shiny showed up, I guess. I don't think he sold them for profit 2 days ago, though, right? And if he sold them for profit, yeah, profit's profit. But I sold my Bobby for Rev for a loss, then sold my Rev for Bobby at a loss. Now I'm up 10K. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You're the best at this. What happens to the SPY opens down 1% and has MOASS? Is a short being margin called? CVNA has been halted on a 35% move. Squeezes everywhere. They're not really squeezes everywhere. It's risk being pulled off the table everywhere, right? So margins inflated right now, and you try to pull your risk off the table market wide while margins are up because the market's up. Jan $30 calls at 65 cents. I want to know if I'm dumb for holding them. Oh. I mean, it's moving. Volume's picking up. You'll at least get some nice IV bump. I don't know how long this will last, but you should be making money right now, right? It doesn't look terrible. Ew. So usually what they do on Fridays is they run it a little bit in the morning, right? And then they fucking tank the price to get all the weeklies to sell out. And then they can stabilize it into the end of the day without having their gamma, like their gamma imbalance getting thrown too far off into the following week. There's not that much momentum on anything. And the spy's still down on the day. Sneezes everywhere. Yeah. Can you narrate the play-by-play timeline of what you honestly will believe happens if retail manages to DRS 100%? What will the GME board do then? Yeah, happily. So retail announces that they have DRS'd, or GameStop announces that retail has DRS'd 100% of the float, and the SEC will freeze the fucking stock while they investigate for like 30 days. In the meantime, NYSE will delist. Obligations for GME will be moved to the OTC market, where they will be cleared in short order. The SEC will show that there is no evidence of fraud. They will unfreeze GME. And then GameStop will release more shares so they can get relisted on the NYSE. That's how I think that'd play out. No MOASS. But the real situation would probably be more like apes get 60% of the free float locked up, and then GME just releases more shares. All of GameStop's actions have been the actions of a company that wants to grow and be profitable, not a company that wants to trigger a short squeeze and ensure that investors don't touch their stock for all eternity. Right? They have 7 quarters left at their current SG&A of burn. At this point, they will, at 7 quarters, they will be broke, and they will need to release more shares to get capital. But RC tweeted buckle up. He didn't tweet it, he said it. And that's because he was about to tank the fucking stock. Yeah, because they'll need more capital. They're spending $150 million a quarter right now. And if they're moving into e-commerce, which if you're a GME investor, you should really fucking hope they are, they're gonna need that money to roll out, you know, a solid like supply chain and order fulfillment system. That it costs a fuck ton of money to build that infrastructure. $1 billion is a drop in the fucking bucket. More importantly, where they'll get that money is from institutional investors who will want a ownership control of the common stock. So they'll want, you know, 10% or more common stock. And if you fuckers have locked it all up, the only choice for GameStop will be to release more to give it to them. Unless you have an extra $20 billion lying around for the future growth of the company, someone's got to give it to them. It's not going to be you with your 4 registered fucking shares. I'm not sure what is more surprising at this point, that people still cannot see the obvious truth you just spoke, or that people are actively arguing against it. Yeah. What short sellers? Hibik? Seriously, where? Don't get me wrong, GameStop gets sold 100% short sometimes, but then they just cover it every fucking quarter. What do you think was making the price go up? Retail? You think retail just FOMO'd in on the quarterly options expiration fucking 7 times in a row? The price has gone up like 100%, like 5 times. It's gone up 50%, more than 50%, like 8 times now. You know all the time you've spent averaging down from $400 to get your cost basis to 220? They've done the same thing with their shorts that were at $5. How dare you? I now have 16 registered shares. So why hold GME shares? I have a super cheap cost basis. Instead of just playing the cycles, I do both. Keep driving my cost basis down and make money on the cycles. GameStop looks like it's going to break up. I'm not attacking GME. It's just the truth. That's where you're wrong. We didn't average down. Can you elaborate on the 100% Rev IV spikes this morning? They don't hold. They aren't affecting option prices much, if any. Interesting. Not sure. I haven't seen them. I figure, yeah, I haven't seen them. Where are you getting this? Stop bullying GME. So why would you want to invest in GME now? I mean, I probably wouldn't buy it at this price. But I think it's a good long-term bet. I think they have a lot of future growth potential. If anyone remembers, that's why DFV bought it in the fucking first place. What about the crime? uh it's a very narrow viewpoint. Besides $30 warrants, is there any other way hedgies can fuck us? Oh, I'm sure. Retail has some effect on the price going up, but not much. It's minimal compared to the covering being done and the upside hedges put in place to protect short volatility positions. It's not a contradiction. Retail is not responsible for 1,000 or 100% price increases. Retail can't even lock the fucking float. DFV bought because of MOASS and to take down Ken Griffin. Duh. I mean, it's okay. RC is going to turn you into a fucking long-term investor whether you like it or not. Any idea why volume on Rev has dropped off so much? There's no shares of it. They're trying to not create more fails, right? If Revlon's failing at a rate of 130% per trade, like the fail to volume ratio, right? This was the highest, obviously. It's probably like 40, 50. This is probably the average. The less you trade it, the less you fail, right? If they trade 20 million volume, you know, they're going to fail like 8 to 10 million of it. That's not ideal. Because then, you know, when they go to clear that 8 to 10 million volume, you know, they're going to fail another 4 million volume. How is there more than 100% failed? Because of synthetic share creation. Oh my god. Like, yeah. The SEC themselves has reported evidence of naked shorting so many fucking times. No, it has nothing to do with the number of shares traded. It's the rate. It's because not all, well, not all the shares traded are real shares, right? So the fails can come in higher than the actual volume traded. How do you see BBBY playing out today? Is this a bull flag forming? No. No, it's not. If anything, it's like an ascending wedge or a triple top. That's right, Dr. GME. All shares are real shares. Because we can create 100% FTDs versus delta hedging MMs who may not hedge. Oh, buying shares is definitely a play. But the MM is hedging. That's why they've priced IV up so high. No, Rev isn't a bull flag either. It's like an ascending head and shoulders. Bull flags are a volumetric move to the upside. Rapid. High volume. Followed by a period of downward consolidation. Once the buy side recovers, you then get another breakout. Bull flag. Low volume, slight uptrends are not bull flags. What's your end of day price target for BBIG? 0? New pickle will be born today. My wife is in labor. Bobby is running. What a great day. Bobby to the moon. I hope everyone makes money. Congratulations, man. Did the number of shares reported have anything to do with differences in reporting times? Which shares reported and for what purpose? You need to be more specific. Do you reckon that's it for Bobby today? No, it's only fucking like 10:30. It's gonna trade for at least, 6 more hours. 5.5. Well, no, technically it's gonna trade for more. Sounds like we have another bye-bye baby customer. I'm bullish. If I do buy rights on Rev at some relatively high delta strikes, what's the total effect on price and FTDs since they delta hedge? But if some strikes hit, they get volume from calling shares. Probably not much, say two, but I mean, you'd reduce volatility a little bit. I mean, you probably wouldn't individually, but lots of people doing that at once would. Congratulations, look, a pickle. GME's looking pretty good too. AMTD up 17%. Nice. Still doesn't have any options. Generally, with the shares reported for stocks being over the number of issued shares, did the number reported get skewed? By differences in reporting times. When are shares reported for stocks over the number of issued shares? I mean, are you talking about when you like look at 13Gs and you see like 120% institutional ownership? Yes. Those do get skewed because of the reporting times. How high could ZOM get by end of day? It was pushed down really hard the last 2 days. I don't know. Look at it. I might break 89. It looks kind of good right now. My Tesla put warrants for September got down in price today. Is something wonky going on with Tesla's arbitrage? Put warrants? Maybe? Is that like a depreciation effect? The fuck is a put warrant? How do you trade? How are you trading those? Like, I know what it is, but how are you trading them? I didn't know Tesla had put warrants. Can you look at Sega for a second? Is it gonna pump or dump? I don't know. I bought more options yesterday. It looks good. It's fucking up like $4. It's double topped. I mean, if you're in like a short, like if you have short dated contracts on it and you're profitable, you may want to like consider some stops of some sort. Protect your downside a little bit, or at least capture some of your profits. If a synthetic share is real, then why is the dilution of a stock that screws with supply and demand legal? Only the issuing company should be able to dilute. Because the dilution is temporary. That's why it's legal. Because having liquidity in the markets creates far more efficiency than having, you know, accurate supply and demand effects. So true price realization is not as important as efficiency or stability. Do you think there's significant fails on Bobby from the futures expirations? Not really. Bobby's still very, very liquid, right? It's not. I don't think there's any issues with BBBY's liquidity right now. One of my buddies at work, after seeing me watching the stream, asked me what the stream was about. I told him it was like hanging out all day, everyone, with someone who dislikes everybody. He gave me a weird look and walked away. Thank you for accurately promoting the channel. I appreciate that, a user. We don't want any of those positive people here anyway, right? Could 400 million in sold CSPs affect GME's price? Sure. Okay, JFresh escaped again, and DFE is running after him with a gun, shouting about puts. Lenixis is waiting in reception, saying he's here for the monthly run. And your boss at BlackRock says, nice hatchet job on GME this morning. Can you do Twitter next for Elon? I can't cope. All right, listen, it's very simple. Let DFE and JFresh work their shit out. Tell Lenixis that it's too late. He's sold on Tuesday. And I'll say some nasty shit about Twitter later. All right, it's all covered. Go have a coffee, bithead. We got this. I get paid $24 an hour at a job, and I've doubled my monthly income in 2 weeks since the GME split just from selling covered calls alone. Had I DRS like the mob wanted me to. Sorry, 1 second. Mob wanted, I would be in a more comfortable financial situation. I wouldn't be in a more comfortable financial situation and have more shares. Thank you. Thank you, CDJ. Congratulations, man, on making some money. Good job. Based on BBBY's moves today, positive GEX on Monday and Tuesday? Yeah, could. Yeah, especially if it stabilizes in these range. Absolutely. If people exercise, definitely. What I have gathered in 3 weeks here is stop pretending what the market should be and learn how to make money with the way it actually is. Bar rate down to 315%. Oh no. Does Larry like your body covered in Dijon, yellow, or spicy brown mustard? Uh, he likes the like, it's like the whole mustard with the little balls in it. It's it's like mustard caviar. Revlon looking bullish. It looks not terrible. Check Jimmy going burr. Did it break up? Oh, nice. It's not going burr, but it moved up a little, which is cool. Sorry, chat's going super crazy today. I'm a little behind and I'm missing a lot. Tesla tank post stock split next week, you think? Is there split next week? I didn't even pay attention. I hope so. I'm definitely selling covered calls into the split. Where do you find IV on a stock? Options chain? Yeah. I think bar chart has like the IV 30 or historic IV. Whole grand, you peasant. I have 819 $15 calls. In your opinion, should I hold longer before taking a loss? On what? On Bobby? On Revlon? With good job numbers, doesn't that mean inflation is still going to run hot? Yes. I mean, they already expect to move into restrictive rates by the end of the year, right? Or at least that's what Papa Powell said. I don't know, Bo. CC's best save for Monday, right? Unless we ripped a 40-45 today. Yeah. Darcy needs to buys more. What time does he need to file by? I think he has 3 days. Is there a 0.5 like to dislike rank on the stream? Bearish on Greg. Cool. Is it a bad time to buy rev calls? I mean, they're not particularly cheap right now. Are BBBY puts getting blown out, or are they closing, rolling them? Let me take a look. Looks like everything today is call volume with a big fat chunk of the negative delta being sold weeklies at 6.5 and $7 strikes. Fucking Wall Street bets. God, they love their weeklies. Zero DTEs, right? It's run up Bobby is obviously bullish, but remember that we haven't heard anything from the board yet. I think August, September are gonna be spicy ups. Nice. Spicing, hold my cup. Looking a little stronger. Fuck, man. The jobs data was not a happy time this morning. I didn't even look at this. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a rejection, right? Oh, shit. Ooh, nice. I have a few requests. One, can you play the pickle song? Two, can you give us a full TGIF Friday story? Three, can we stop watching that garbage rev? Everyone is holding while Jimmy goes up. Love you. Jimmy is sort of, I mean, they're all doing the same shit for the most part. I will play the pickle song.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face.
Yeah, I don't like $8 calls for the 19th. Mr. Andom1, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. How do I go long sex shops? Latex futures? Like rubber? Just go deep on rubber. BBBY just consolidating, and RC will 100% come out with 13G very soon. Okay. Would it make sense that if Cohen doubled down on anything, it would be during the OPEX exposure? Every time you say a good time to buy, does that mean you should be looking for low IV? Low IV is good. Low price and low IV together are even better. That slow trend after a large volatile pop has a large psychological effect on people, making them less likely to close out positions in the green. Yep. Tesla warrants, PC, put strike. Interesting. Why not just use options? Are they cheaper? Isn't there like a Tesla ETF now? Like, that seems better. Subsidized Cornichon, same like waived DTCC deposit requirements. For real though, I appreciate the great infotainment, Pickle Man. Thank you so much, Rika. Thanks for playing the Pickle song. I always hop over from Discord to YouTube just so I don't miss it. No problem, Mighty Potato. With BBBY just getting pumped by weekly and bi-weekly options. Just looked at shift search. Mostly, yeah. Ooh, is Revlon moving up again? IV just priced up. And they're keeping volume low as fuck today. I think I'm gonna put some stops on this. 1 second. Can't stop, won't stop. EPAM to the moon. Jesus fucking Christ. $500? Eh, why not? Are these songs on Spotify? They're in the music channel on the Discord. Think we'll see some better entries on Rev calls next week. Maybe? I don't think there's any guarantee of that. I would hope so. Here's my thing, of course. RC wants bag holders on his stack. Bag holders are just long-term investors that don't know they're long-term investors yet. He doesn't want traders. Of course not. EPM seems like your best Pickles pick so far. I mean, it hasn't made as much money as Caterpillar has, but it's up there. It's definitely the best one in like the last month. Why buy EPM calls when you've got far dated puts on the entire market? I'm just capturing a potential in the breakout. That's all. Getting a little extra exposure on the upside. I already have a shitload of shares and calls on EPAM, so if it breaks 426 before the market crashes, it could hit 450. So I send a thanks to John Wilkes Booth for the free membership this last month. It expires tomorrow. Looking forward to upgrading to Zillionaire Monday. See you then, Girk. Thank you so much, Edward. I appreciate it, man. Are EPM calls a hedge for another position? No, not at all. You pay the strike per warrant instead of the strike times 100. So you deploy capital a bit more carefully instead of in 2K chunks. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. It could be your spreads then. I could see that market not having a ton of interest. Here's a good place to learn about options. Purchase options as a strategic investment and slowly work your way through the entire book. Got to give credit to Gaff for EPAM. I mean, yeah, I have repeatedly. Does the addition matter? Not that much. I don't even know which one I have, actually. It's not in this room. I have to go find it. What's the next stock that will rise 100% in a day or so I can buy shares now? Look on your nightstand. It's definitely not on my nightstand. You see the price dropping when they sell off instead of stabilizing? Well, it depends on if they're exercised. You know, they very well could end up being exercised, especially if the price can move up a little more. Like if BBBY can move into like the 850 range, I could see $5 strikes getting exercised. $6 strikes getting exercised. Why are we watching Revlon? Well, because I have a position in it and it's going up. I can watch GME too. But GME failed to break out at 38.50. What's the worst stock you have ever invested in, which is not BBBY? UWMC. I was real high on Hopium after making a bunch of money off of Rocket Mortgage. And I ended up disappointed. It took me quite some time to offload those bags. BBIG wasn't that bad. I never lost money on it. I just never made any money on it, despite putting money into it several times. Are you still more bullish on Rev than BBBY and GME, or did that change after the Reg SHO shenanigans? No, I'm really bullish. I'm really bullish on Rev, but I mean, there's no way I could be more bullish than I am on GME on anything. I don't have that much money. I actually got in touch with Cash App last night. I will be getting rid of my AMC and my Cash App within the next week, as soon as my account is unlocked. Hopefully, before I receive that awful dividend. Oh, hey, look at that. Stuff. Yep, that announcement did it for me. I don't think I could live with myself afterwards. I can't own a stock called fucking Ape. I can't do it. V is a payment processing company, not a credit card company. They don't care about defaults. They don't provide credit, right? They just provide the payment processing system for credit cards. The credit is provided by banks and, credit companies. Yes, they facilitate transactions. My 10 AMC shares are 200K each. Will haunt you on your deathbed. You following Tesla? Looking pretty. Yeah, I mean, I'm in it. It's dropping. I closed some of my 920s earlier. On the first drop below 900. Tesla dead? Of course it is, Victor. We've been over this. No, not Shadowban, Dominic. I see you. I've missed a lot of the chat today because it's just been going too fast. I liked your stream since so few people seem to remember to these days. Can you give me an alert when Rev passes 10 so I can offload my weekly bags? Can you discuss a bit more about the preferred stock split? AA just fucking the bag holders again? You know it. AMC is just the Wish version of Wish. puts on Tesla chasing now? Depends on how far out you're buying them. Just set stops to lock in 80% profits on BBBY leaps. Can't let another big profit go by the wayside. Smart. Yeah, I mean, I have stops set on my $5 and $7 leaps also. Do I have them set in here? I don't. I should set them. I have them set over here, right? Maybe I'll let these ride. Nah. Hmm. That really doesn't have enough room on it, does it? Up 26%. Ugh. Hmm. Doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, these aren't really worth it. How much are Revlon $9 calls for next Friday? $60. So draw my cost basis by 60 cents. Doesn't really seem worth it. Oh. IV plunges. I can buy them back for nothing. It's 19, 12, and 80 cents. Rev doing a squart? A little bit. What GME calls do you have? I have $40 calls for August 19th, and I have 39.38 calls for August 19th. You don't care, but AMC is moassing. Good for it. BBY going back to 6. It could. Playing any cat? I have 190s. A few, not a lot. But a few for September. Why is BBBY running? Wall Street bets FOMO. AMC is negative for the day. Ooh. Does that mean BBBY will run on Tuesday as well? Well, if it holds these prices into the end of the day, sure. Open BBBY $8 cover calls on Bobby at the top of that. 10 contracts, $1,000 end of next week. Nice. Talk to me nice about Rev Gax. There's a chunk in the money. Chunk of gamma in the money. So it's possible. It's like BBBY being influenced by overall markets. Oh, it definitely is. BBBY dead? No. Decent amount of $10 puts coming in for 916. Bought or sold. Remember when Pulte said MOASS soon? So go ahead and kick it off, bro. He's not gonna. BBBY IV ticking up even though the price is dropping. Yeah, I see that. Flag on Rev. Yeah. See if it breaks up. Are wash trades kind of bullshit or are they a needed rule? It's necessary because otherwise, without them, you'd have a lot of like tax manipulation going on, right? Especially for those who file taxes quarterly. Pan words. Taxes? Oh, God. I think Rev could be spicy next week. Not particularly. I don't know anything coming in next week. Monday, maybe. Depending on what ETF FTDs are. Really hard to tell because the only ETF's VTI, or was the only ETF at the time. And even though VTI has like a nice number of fails, it's really hard to determine what number of those are Rev, right? Because it's such a tiny portion of the fund. Tell everyone here they don't need to worry about taxes because you have to make money to owe them. How does the VIX, how come the VIX doesn't match real volatility we're seeing in the market? It's being shorted very, very hard lately. Why is Rev a good play? It has a very high fail to volume ratio, meaning that it's creating fails and compounding them at a rate faster than it can clear them. This is how short squeezes start. If you hold a leap call for over a year and then sell it, does that count as capital gains? It would be long term. ETF shorting still a thing with GME? Yeah, absolutely. Market closes on Friday, opens on Monday. On open, it can gap up or down. Who can trade at this point of time? Can we see somehow? Thanks. Wait, who can trade market open? Everyone? Wall Street bets taking profit or losing theta? Both. Nice. Yep, that's a lot of very compelling, isn't it, Zakir? And now I don't have to write that DD, which saves me a lot of time. Your green screen is off on your right side. This way? Oh shit. There we go. The time between after market close on Friday and before futures open on Monday. All kinds of settlement goes on during that period. Yeah, big institutions and stuff. Any way to see what's trading during that period? No, there's no like public disclosure of that data. Love to hear when you crush Tesla puts. Something about crazy profits gets me going. It's nice. Not gonna lie. Ooh, big short. It's not drilling. Fucking went down like 13 cents. That's on selling BBBY cover call for 2024. Well, above my cost basis, then using that capital to buy 2023 leaps at the money calls. Yeah, you could do that. Are they worth it? If they haven't started pricing calls properly, then yeah, probably not worth it yet. Or you're selling them for 2024. Oh, they're closer, yeah. Puts her getting closer to calls now. I'd still probably wait a little longer before doing that. We just had to buy the October 450 EP. The only problem is fails by percentage of the float is not the best metric. The better metric is fails based on volume traded, right? Number of fails per unit of volume traded. That's far more important. So I know you can't readily access that. You have to like make the chart yourself, but BBY cover call is a good idea. Looks like it's bouncing. I would be patient. Revlon WeBull is not letting me buy Jan 23 $8 calls. Yeah, make sure that the price you're putting in is in like an even, like it's 5 or 10 and not like offset. If it still doesn't fill, let me know. Like make sure it's not like 1.03 or 2.04. Like make sure it's like 0.5, 0.05 or 0.10. It says no exchange available. Interesting. Well, that's compelling. Borrow fee on Rev's down to 291% today. BBBY borrow fee up to 4.9%. Did you pick up GME calls because you think it will sympathy round with BBBY? No, I picked up GME calls because it has like ETF FTD exposure. Only 291%. Time to pack it up, boys. IRK warning just for Jan $28 calls. Trading restricted, no opening trades. Yeah, I want to know why. Why are they trying to cut the 8? Like, why is it PCO for $8 calls? It makes no fucking sense. Kind of like their lack of fucking trade data reported on the daily. Should I compare FTD data one day to volume 2 trading days prior T+2? Yes. What about $7 calls? Those are even higher, Delta. They push the price up. Can I buy a $7 call on Rev? I'm gonna try. Oh, it doesn't have any sevens. 6? Okay. I mean, you could buy it in the money calls. It's definitely riskier than buying a put. Start. I say make Rev $8 strike the pickle in the sand. Crowd around 7.59. It's true, yeah. That's up to you, little Bill. Beyond volume traded stock Sarah shows 714, almost 50% of daily volume on that day as FTD. Remember, the FTD reported is 2 days after the volume traded. Good time for VIX pickup. Hmm. Not terrible. Pretty cheap. Interesting. What's the float on it? Beyond up 18% today. Huh. How long is MEGL going to be halted for? 5 minutes, probably? Any opinions on Roblox puts? How's it doing? Hmm. I mean, if the rest of the market downturns, sure. But the downside, like, there's not a lot of downside room. Like, even in August, it only came down to like 46. It already got hit pretty hard, right? You just got fucking battered back in May. $36. It's not terrible. Hard to say if this is the top, though. Like, right now, it looks kind of bullish. Like the current trend. But yeah, it's likely to break down. I wouldn't get very far out of the money, though. I'd probably stay pretty near the money on that. was in your neck of the woods last night. My flight out of LaGuardia got canceled, so I rented a car almost back to Nashville. It's a pretty short drive, right? It's like overnight. Bobby, $10. End of day. Let's get it, my hopium. Do you think Piton is ready for a trend reversal? No, not really. I think Piton still has a little room to go, up to like 1220. Internal server error. Encountered an internal error or misconfiguration. I'm I'm wondering if the $8 strike just doesn't actually exist. Like if it's like misrepresented. Because there's a 750 strike on the leaps. So like I wonder if like maybe they opened the $8, but they didn't mean to. Now they're PCOing it. It's supposed to be like 750 and 850, but I'm really not sure. It's very weird. And it seems to just be that strike. Like they don't want any more out of the money, like our at the money, like delta pressure. I mean, yeah, but they're not letting anybody open the contracts. Did they let them open sooner? Like, let me see if I try to buy like a September $8 call. Is that allowed? Like, is it just the leap? Okay, so September 8th's fill. So what is it about the leap? I don't get it. Like they almost have the same delta. This is 5.38 and this is fucking 5.44 or 0.544. And there's only 15 contracts open on it. I don't fucking know. Call the OCC, ask them. Be like, why the fuck is this contract PCO only? I bought a September. I just bought a September $8 call. Hey, I can't seem to buy 100,000 50C GME shares and exercise them. Can you try it? Man, Tesla's just fucking printing me cash. I'm so glad that I bought Tesla puts yesterday instead of SPY puts, but then also bought more SPY puts. I gotta set some stops here, right? It's like fucking $40 in the money. We'll do the 910s, I guess. I'm just setting stops on the 910s. Relax. It already broke through like the 88 resistance. This PT's 850. Carl, if only you'd waited. God, Revlon looks so good. You're just saying that to get more people to push your contracts higher? No, I would never. Order on Schwab placed 123 8C. I'll announce if it gets filled. Okay, thank you. Tesla profits so far? I'm up like 42,000 on the 910s, and I'm up 27,000 on the 900s. Hey, Grig, I want to say thank you again for everything you do. I've been on somewhat of a losing streak in life lately, and today I turned that around. I doubled my port on Bobby and Tesla puts. You're the man. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations, Colorado. Seriously. Shut up, but I know. EPM dead? Fucking better not be. Oh. Just rejected on resistance. I think it recovered pretty fast there. I'm not super concerned yet. I only have two 450s. Although this did almost trigger my stop. Maybe I should pull my stop back a little bit. Pull it back to like 400. Yeah. I don't want to get stopped out of that yet. GME looking pretty good going into the midday. If we get like an end of day rally, like we might actually push up back into like the $38 range. Bobby, what's it doing? Bobby's not looking too bad either. Wasn't Jimmy supposed to run? Not necessarily today. There's ETF FTDs due today, but remember it's a rolling total, right? So ETF FTDs for the 17th, 6/17 through 22, which are what we're realizing now, are like 300K, 2.1, 2.5 for those 3 days. Today is this, but most of this probably carried forward to here. Also, it's more likely that they'll run it Monday anyway, right? Because no 0 DTEs. Yeah, I trade options, Rhino. I don't give a fuck about 22%. I care about dollars. Whole dollar value. Notional moves. Up $1.30. That's how I look at it. You look at it like, oh, it's up 22%. But I look at it as it's up $1.30. We're not the same. Can I send you some pics and have you rate my pickle, or does it have it does have a slight bend, but overall I think you'll be very impressed. Please, no. EPM up $1.30, not as cool. I mean, EPAM's up $108 from where I bought it. Girk, tell them to send them to me. You want to be the official pickle raider? I don't know if any one man should have that much power, CTD. How do you get the GME ETF FTD numbers? Are they actual or estimated? Estimated. And and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that the SEC FTD reports are accurate. I think that the numbers of FTDs we see are way off base. Because if you compare volume from when the FTDs are created to when they're covered, the volume on covering is much higher, implying that not all FTDs are being reported. Now remember, if they like mark them long or roll them out during the day and at end of day settlement, they are no longer considered a fail. They would not be counted on the SEC report, right? It's only the fails that still exist at the end of the day. I'll form a rating agency. Standard and balls. So your stops on Webull, or are you just using limit cells? No, I use stop limits. I don't have very many of them set right now. I think I just have some set on some BBBY leaps. I don't know why the notional value is more important than the percent change when considering options. Well, because options are priced based on delta, right? Delta is, the pricing versus the price of the underlying security. So at, when a contract hits 0.1 delta or 1.0 delta, right? Then, every dollar gained on the security is a dollar gained in premium times 100. So, if you have a 1.0 delta option and the stock goes up 30 cents, you're only getting 30 cents times 100. So on a stock that, this is one of the reasons I trade more expensive stocks, right? Because, if Caterpillar moves up from like 200 to 205, the percent change here is very tiny. Right? But the contract gets, $5 times 100. Say 10K shares. Why would I not just sell crazy out of the money CCs for revenue? I mean, that's what I do on GameStop, right? Like on weeks when I'm not selling CCs, I'm just selling them really fucking far out of the money. But I'm always technically selling them. But I'm selling them on strikes where it'll just never, like, it'll like under 0.1 delta, where it'll just never fucking, like, they're worthless individually. But if you're selling like 1,000 contracts at a time, it adds up. If we MOASS, you lose everything at 40? No. First off, I never sell all of my shares at once, right? At most, like 60% of my GameStop holdings in covered calls. And that's rare. Usually like 20 to 30%. The problem with it is like if you have like even 1,000 shares, right? Like you can't sell that many contracts. You can only sell like 10. And if you're selling them at like 0.05 per contract, you're really not, it's really not worth it, right? Like you're getting $50. I guess it is, but why risk your shares at that point? Like the reward isn't worth the risk of it running up. What's your cost basis now after selling all those CCs? Um, I don't know. I have to look at it. I did it at the split, but I haven't done it since. I can give it like a rough estimate. Hmm. Overall, it's like a 1140. It'd take me like another 240 days to get it down to zero without any big changes in IV or price. Or two, if we get two OPEC cycles, I can get it down to zero. I know Tesla's dumping. So Rev now getting people to dump their weeklies? Probably. If they didn't dump them already. If I only have 100 shares of GME, is it worth it to sell on an IV spike? I mean, it's worth it to sell on a run, right? I kind of covered this the other day. You want to see GME run up like 20% or more, where you're guaranteed to have a pullback. And then you can, use those opportunities to try to reduce your cost basis by larger amounts. BBBY short float is 101%. According to whom? This is fantastic. Move my stops up? All right. EPAM's bouncing. Jimmy's starting to look good.
You see, the thing about trading stocks is there's really only one single indicator that truly matters. Now, I know that I have commonly been referred to as the best trader of our generation, or Girk's right-hand man, or the king of quants, or Defton. But the most important thing is that I see things and indicators that others do not. I can't give two hoots about FTDs or cycles or what have you, nor do I care about the economic calendar, futures, and rates, or them FOMC meetings. All that really matters when it comes to trading any stock is one single indicator that will change your life. Let me just put it this way. I've been using the rounded bottom breakout ever since I paid someone on the internet to tell me about rounded bottom breakouts. I don't do it to be cool. I don't do it to make a statement. I just like losing money.
Let me see that bottom. I can smell that bottom. I can feel that bottom. Breaking out to the best that it can be. I can taste that bottom. I can play a bottom. I can be your bottom. As long as you promise not to tell on me.
What? I didn't fire my maid and butler. I don't have a maid and butler. People learning patience in the market is not gonna be something that happens ever. Some will, most won't. People asking Stefan for advice? Oh boy. Yeah. Gurkscon, let's stage a revolution and overpower YouTube. Okay. Song cut off early. I don't think so. No, it played all the way to the end. Jokes on market psychology. If I already full ported, all I can do is be patient. True. Bid is empty on GME. Results of hitting it hard all day long, or they're really trying to not to jump it. The bid's light. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say the ask is super strong either, though. You think CAT can move up to 190, 195 in the next couple weeks? It could if the market continues to remain stable at these higher levels. But if the market comes down and the Dow takes a hit, CAT will drop. I ordered options as a strategic investment. Fun weekend ahead for me. Yeah, you're not going to get through that book in a weekend. I mean, you might, but you're not going to understand all of it. If you really want to learn patience, full port with unsettled funds. My favorite part about Revlon is that all the punchlines are Maybelline. Did you play that OG Not a Cult song by Ben that made me FOMO into membership? Best FOMO I've ever done. Well, who better to use it on than Theta Decaying Corpse? Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. After the stream. Probably. Yeah.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
I was able to chat in the Discord, and now it asks you to verify my phone number all of a sudden to chat. Is that normal? Yes. I turned that on months ago because I was banning people, and then they were coming back. In the next couple days, I'm probably going to wipe any accounts that have not commented on the server in some time, just to ensure that the banned people stay banned. I'll let everyone know when I'm going to do it, though. Well, because what they did, these people are fucking nuts, right? Like, what they did was they, like, in order to avoid the bans, they created a bunch of accounts, like a bunch of Discord accounts on the server. Let me lurk in peace. The power is really getting to your head. I know. Red Ranger, thank you so much. Did you have a follow-up statement there? Chills in panic mode. I mean, all it'll do is kick all those accounts, right? Like all those like people like fucking Monster Buddy who are like, I don't want anything to do with the pickle jar, but they have like 9 accounts in the pickle jar. Commenting so Pigeon Whale doesn't get banned. It wouldn't ban, it would just kick the accounts, and then when those accounts try to log back in, they need to do two-factor authentication, right? Surge of lurker comments in the Discord. Yeah, if you're a lurker, it won't ban you. It'll just kick you. You have to rejoin the server. When I verify the code, I get a message saying this account is already active, but I cannot comment. That's weird. DM me about it. I'll see if I can figure it out. Pop them off. Have you seen the short hedge funds are trying to create more AMC backholders at the moment? Yeah. AMC was the real play after all. No, it's never been a play, even. It was just a pump into Adam Aron's pocket. It doesn't affect billionaire status at all. Jim Cramer is buying a lot of AMC. I think SPY will break VWAP. Probably. Looks strong, at least. I need to see the volume print for this. Might not. 50,000, 112. Yeah, more volume needs to come in here right now, at least. Yeah, 86,000 on that candle. Yeah, it's not looking great. Maybe small rejection and then like a retest. How can the SEC define that there is no manipulation in the case of 100% DRS? There's millions of other shares in the global broker accounts. Guess what, Alan? 100% of shares aren't DRS. The idea of them being DRS is pure conjecture. Okay? There's no evidence that they will be. There's no evidence that when they are, anything will happen. It's all just speculation and hopium. I don't want to waste my time commenting on it. She wrote a children's book about stocks called Everyone Loses Money on AMC. What do you think about Para at this price? Garbage stock? I don't know anything about it. How do you set stops on your BBBY leaps? Well, I determine an amount of profit I want to capture. Right? What are they trading at? I don't even remember where I set the stop. So, like, say, double, well, roughly. Let's say $3 for ease of use, right? So at $3, if I bought these at like 150, that would be 100% profit, right? And if they're trading at like 353. So I'd set a stop here and a limit sell at like 290, a little bit of a spread to ensure they fill, right? Then if this moves up to like 4, I can move this up to 350, right? And then I can move this up to like 340. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to keep the numbers round to make it simple. Can we get AMC and GME to the moon? Those are kind of not the same. AMC to whatever price before they need to pay off 1.26 billion in debt. GME volume is horrific. Yeah. AMC has like a book value of like -$4 per share. And they have a lot of fucking shares. -712 million a quarter, or in the like The last quarter was negative 320 million, right? They don't have a lot of, they have a lot of FTDs numerically, but as percentage of volume traded, it's almost nothing. I just read news articles on popcorn stock thing. I can't believe it actually spells out that they are doing this to work around current shareholders not wanting more dilution. How many middle fingers does Adam Aaron have to give them? Clearly more, right? Because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just like keep buying the stock. 15K 401k rollover. Just hit my IRA. What do? Whatever you want. I'm a DCA into AMC put leaps at these prices. Probably not a terrible idea. Can you look? Take a look, please. AMC selling off puts, possible gamma next week. I see some stuff coming through the chain. I'm looking at it right now. It looks very unimpressive. The market maker hedge is pretty minimal. It's just another dilution, right? This doesn't improve the value of the stock. I guess they just like the stock. No, they're dumb and they don't understand market mechanics, or that they're getting fleeced by their CEO. At this point, you know, it's no longer just they like the stock. It's just stupid. They're just pumping money into a dying company while that company's executives fleece their savings and capitalize on their investment. They're not trapped. They just refuse to sell because of sunk cost fallacy. What's Rev value per share? Oh, like negative $34. The difference is Revlon's failing at a rate of 130%, or 1 to 1.3 shares per unit of volume traded, whereas AMC's failing at a rate of like 0.004 per unit of volume traded. They're not the same. One has a free float of 7 million shares. The other has a free float of 500, soon to be a billion. They've psychologically painted themselves into a corner that would require them to admit they've been wrong all along. It's tough. It has nothing to do with obsession with something that doesn't concern us. His behavior is borderline fraudulent and criminal. So I think it concerns any market participant. Called TD Ameritrade. They told me AMC is part of their fee-based hard-to-borrow program. I thought AMC was really liquid now since they kept on issuing shares. Something's wrong here? No, AMC's always been like on the hard-to-borrow list, as far as I know. Yeah. And the borrow fee is only 4%. EPAM's running up again. Cool. Ooh, it's doing the breakout. Is it gonna fail another test here? Is your thesis Rev starts to run at August OPEX, brought back down, run again September OPEX? We'll see. I don't know how much weight the OPEXs will hold for Revlon at this point. I mean, they matter, but unless it's re-added to ETFs, right? There's not enough ETF exposure there to be confident in that. Is Lou a fraud? Right? Is that a real question? Did an AMC streamer take a Friday off or something? What is going on? Get out. Seriously. Fuck off, AMC people. Gross. You're fucking stinking it up in here. Wonder if Warden watches under a different name. I don't know. They keep seeing AMC bag holders as synthetic shares bullshit. There's nobody over there explaining CNS to them. On top of that, they're being duped again. Preferred equity versus preferred shares. Criminal. Yep. I'm fine if people just are trading AMC, but they're not, right? They're talking about like buying and holding AMC and taking it to the moon, which is just fudding themselves, right? If they're just gonna go over there and trade it and make money, what the fuck ever, it's just another stock, right? Cornub doesn't own any AMC anymore. You having a good day. EPAM plus Bobby plus Tesla puts must mean you're killing it. That's a pretty good one, yeah. Oh, nice. He updated it. I mean, we already have the charts in Quantcord for like Gaff has them. Amazing. GME is pretty cool, huh? Gaff has like a Excel thing with all the like fail to volume ratios in it. Who's throwing breadcrumbs? Why are all these fucking pigeons in here all of a sudden? Why are you ignoring everyone in this chat who exclusively wants to talk about Beyond? Because I don't care about it. Just because you're all into a stock doesn't mean it's important. EPRAM's gonna break fucking resistance here. This is bullish as shit. I should have bought more 450s. What's Tesla doing? Still just falling off the face of the earth. Move these down again. This is fucking awesome. Every dollar Tesla drops, I'm making like 3 grand. How long are you holding your SPY puts? Until the market comes down? Wow, my Bobby is green. Weird. It's a strange feeling, right? They're pricing up IV again, too. I think it runs into the end of the day more. Once people start dumping weeklies. I think Tesla's headed down to like, probably, it's probably going to move back down to, like, 838 based on the current trajectory. There's some resistance at 850. But it's already, like, on the 1 hour, it's already breaking down through the EMA 60. It's not a good look. I'm just DCAing UVXY calls for September from now till SLD. Are you buying the furthest out of the money possible strike? Do you think SPY has any more upside left? I think the test and like the breakout of the bear rally has already happened and it's weakening. By today though? Tesla hit it by, I don't know. I have September puts on Tesla. I don't know if it'll hit 850 by today. It definitely won't. I don't think it'll hit 838 by today. That'd be fucking crazy. Unless the market starts crashing or something. You guys think I can learn options fast enough to get in on any of this, or just buy and hold? I mean, I don't know how fast you learn. You could be a fucking genius. For all I know, you can learn options in a week. Mega Mole, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
No, 10s and 12s, I'm an adult. Oh, okay. Can you sing My Bobby Lies Over the Ocean? My Bobby Lies Over the Sea. I just bought 500 call options for 40 weeklies. Wish me luck. 0.5 cents a piece. Damn. You know? It could happen. I was 700p on Tesla. Spread is 7. Ouch. I learned everything there is to know about options in 25 minutes. But you've not learned to apply any of it in a year and a half. EPAM full throttle. I know. I'm watching it. I gotta reset my stops as it climbs up. I kind of want to close these 450s already. They're up. And if I don't get something in now before the spread gets weird. Took my port from negative 6K to 138 year to date. Had some bad losses earlier this year. Thanks for all the info you provide on the regular. 138K? Or just $138? I mean, either way, good job. Thank you so much, man. Is the IV high on AMC puts right now? Will they crash? Relatively? How far out are you? Like 19th or something? 127? Not a lot, right? Is this really out of the standard range for AMC? Do they have earnings or something coming up? If they have earnings, maybe. Or do they already have earnings? Yeah, based on the volume and stuff, I don't think it's gonna crush out that fast. They had them? Why is nobody talking about how shit they were? That's my question. Were they good? No, they weren't. They were negative 20 cents a share. Jesus fucking Christ. What a piece of shit. Don't worry, it appears I got Tesla puts at the bottom. Congratulations, Carl. You've done it again. Tesla 830 PT is conservative to me. It's already here at 870 while SPY is 410. Imagine SPY 390. Oh, I do every day. Steve D. I agree that 830 is conservative. But, you know, those are generally better price targets than bearish or bullish ones. No, I could see Tesla bouncing here on the EMA 60, riding back up to the 30 before getting rejected further down. I have stops at this point, so I don't care, but F back below 13? It's gonna depend on macro, right? Any news on Rev and Branco intellectual property lease? Who owns that? So Revlon owns it, which is weird, but they also owe them money. And then, you know, because the debtor on Brandco has like control of Brandco. Are we not seeing price action from them? Not a lot, no. I mean, we're stable, but I still expect most of it Monday. I kind of went over this earlier and yesterday and the day before, but the 5th and 8th are the largest days. It's still unlikely for them to run it hard on a Friday. We may get a little more later in the day, but those totals are cumulative. So 2.1 million FTDs on the 21st, 2.5 on the 22nd would imply that a significant number of the previous day's FTDs were rolled over into the 22nd. The day after the 22nd, they dropped to like 400,000. So Monday still has the best potential. We are up a little bit from open today, though. Not a lot. What, like $2? Do we see much GEX movement on Rev, on T+2? Maybe. We'll see. The market maker is not really bullishly hedging calls, though. How does Rev OPEX work? I don't know if it's really like an OPEX thing. We'll see. It got taken out of the ETFs. That doesn't mean there aren't obligations still due to those ETFs. It just means it's no longer in those ETFs. What's your PT on Tesla? Conservatively, like, well, to the downside, there's resistance at like 862, 850, and 838. I've already surpassed my price target, which was 888, or at least my initial one. So I have stops in place. Hey, maybe that guy will finally get assigned on his fucking AMC covered calls. I'm so poor that I have to eat canned pasta sauce to save money. How can I make it taste better? You should buy whole tomatoes, like whole San Marzano tomatoes, and then you drain them, and then just crush them by hand. Add salt, basil, olive oil, pasta sauce. Perfect. It'll taste better than anything you can buy in a jar. Apple Cow, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Already up 80% on this 40 weeklies, trimming down to 250 calls. Congrats. Rebel go bonkers. This is better than DWAC when Donnie T announced his partnership. Imagine if someone comes in on Rev. Like Procter and Gamble or Estee Lauder to buy him out. Yeah, don't add sugar. Look at the September 16 options chain on BBBY. I hope to God we cross 10 before that. That'd be fucking awesome. Ooh, I might get stopped out. Getting close. Just gonna have to take my money and short Tesla again at a lower price. What's Revlon doing? Best way to short Bobby with Ivy so high right now. Probably selling borrowed shares. I don't think the borrow rate's very high on Bobby, right? It's like 4%. Hey. I don't know. GME still looks good out here in like trading view, right? Is that working? It's not showing up on my OBS. Well, if you guys can see this, this looks like right on track with the previous projection. A little higher here, probably because the increased number of fails over the previous quarter. This is just the previous quarter laid over the current price action. But this points to like a test of like 40.37. It could break a little higher than that on volatility. It may even test like our weighted VWAP up here at like almost 42. Just shy of 42, technically. Maybe I'm right about the FTDs being reported far under their actual value, which would mean even more volume. Don't forget it's ×4 now. If you started to see value in playing AMC, would you speak on it? Or just stay mum since you bashed it so hard? I'd say something. I don't think there's not value in trading it. I think there's not value in buying and holding it, hoping for it to squeeze. That's stupid. If you're trading it and making money, I don't care. I don't think it's a great trade, but I think there's a lot better opportunities in the market. Based on June, we should start seeing big reds on Rev next week, right? Yeah, after Tuesday. Rev 23, Jan 12 calls. Look at that bid ask. Just to cut through some hopium, when 0DT starts selling off on Bobby, the price could just tank as well, right? Yeah, absolutely. Stream with nothing but a VWAP hat on? Is this for the OnlyFans content? You think GME SI will go up to 400%? No. Check out rolling VWAP in TV. You mean EMA? What do you mean we found? You didn't find shit. Weeklies are bad. Okay. We found. Stop including yourself in things that you're not a part of. How high do you realistically expect Rev to go? I mean, I'd be fucking jacked to the moon if it hit $13. In the event of it actually squeezing, like these obligations getting covered, I could see it hitting, you know, high teens, mid 20s. If it breaks 30 and the warrant liquidity is released, it could really it could do some crazy shit. Like if it hits 30 and they extend the chain or it blows off the chain, then, you know, then you're looking at a setup very similar to like, because then the market maker has to re-hedge into the new open chain. You're looking at a setup that's a lot like GME in January of 2021. Like it would be almost identical, right? So at that point, price expectations just kind of fly out the window. It'll just depend on participants. Biggest problem I have with AMC as an investment is when it ran to 70, they could have released shares, paid off debt, and tried to turn it around, but AA grifted everyone. Yeah. Sorry if you already answered this. Were you buying calls on GME later today or at market open Monday? I already have calls on GME. I have 40s and I have 39 38s. Well, you thought I was gonna buy fucking calls on Bobby and Revlon and not buy calls on GME? Have you guys not been here? At what price is Rev market cap okay for BBBY? I think it has to break what? $9, right? Break and hold above 9. Thanks for the awesome answer on my Rev question. No problem, man. Uh, 54.5. Actually has to hit 925, I think. Yeah. Not quite, but close. Like right around there, like 925. What buy calls mean? Do I have to pay money? Well, yes, they cost money. What do you mean about ouchie downs on Rev next week based on June? It's not really based on June. I just expect after, you know, T+2, T3 has resolved. It could see some downside. As like price action stagnates. It may not. It may keep running, but it should see some downside after the 10th. Like 10th, 11th. It could start to see some downside into the 19th. Maybe a hard time about Rev, but I appreciate the knowledge you shared with all of us. Since gaining confidence, my account is MOASS, and I thank you. Thanks, Buttlicker. It's fine. I get it if you don't like the stock. You don't have to. And no one's making you buy it. I'm finally even on some 8, 19, 15 BBBY calls I never sold from before. You think getting out of them is smart? Oh, that's a choice you gotta make, man. They could print, sure. They're pretty far from it, but they could. Is it true Jimmy has a gap at 22? We could possibly fill it after hitting the $40 area that you just showed us. 22. I mean, I don't really think it does, honestly. Like I'm pretty sure that it's this gap, but if I'm not mistaken, that was filled in like after hours. Yeah. Like the downside of that gap that people are talking about was filled here. So this is the gap that everyone's referring to. Well, I don't know about everyone, but I've seen a couple of people mention it. I don't know where it came from, but this was filled here. it's risky for them to drop the price this much. This causes, like, these levels now would cause an insane amount of buying. Like, this is like at a price where I'll buy fucking GME, right? Like, so, and it's filled. So it's, what's the whole gap idea? Oh, that market makers want to return and fill orders at the previous price, but they don't always fill. It's not like a guarantee. Gaps are okay. They usually fill at some point in time, but not always. Took 160% profit on my BBBY leaps. Friendly reminder to chat to take profits. Yeah, profits are good. You can use them for other stuff later. Jimmy Strong resistance at 39.50. Yeah, we got rejected off of 39.80 yesterday. We could pass it on Monday, I think. It's possible. Did JFresh ever fucking drop some data on us today, or is he just not around? Do we have Greek neutrals? No? Someone just bought 100k rev? Nice. What's the time frame of rev? It's hard to say. I think January is more than sufficient to capture any price action that'll happen on it. September, questionable, because the price action could occur after, like, the futures expiration, depending on how they're dealing with their FTDs. Beyond that, I don't know. It's behaving very similarly to like, there's a lot of correlation with the way GameStop behaved in October of 2020, right? So if you think of it that way, it's like a 4-month window, essentially. Like, they pushed GME off of Reg SHO in order to roll out their inability to locate shares. And then it went back on Reg SHO in December, and that's ultimately, like, what led into the sneeze in January. What expiry your GME calls? Oh, the ones I bought for ETF FTDs, or for August 19th. Could you explain futures expiration on Rev? They can swap out FTDs for periods of time. Well, the market maker can. That's why you see so many things hitting Reg SHO on the futures expiration date, or on the T+2 date after futures expire, especially, like, all these, like, basket stocks we track, right? Because they use swaps and forwards to push out obligations that they can't settle or don't want to settle. Yeah, see, Bob's data is, like, always a little more bullish than I like. It's good. I mean, it's good to have multiple data points. I find that the truth tends to be kind of in the middle of the two, but I don't know why they come in different, because technically the calculation should be the same. I guess JFresh uses a little more smoothing in his. How do stops work holding overnight? If too tight, there's a good chance you get jumped over at open. I mean, stops don't work overnight. You can place a stop and like good to close, but yeah, if it opens below your price, you're not going to fill, right? Your stop will trigger, but your limit won't fill. Anytime you're holding, I think you're all too bullish. What? What, on GME? It's okay, Gaff. Now that I've seen you bullish, I'm never going to let you live it down. Do you see premium for covered calls immediately when you sell them? Yes. Yes, you can use the premium from a sold covered call to buy back that same covered call. Would you take profits on BBBY shares up 65%? Entirely up to you, man. If I was up 65% on my BBBY shares, we'd already be squeezing. So I'm not one to comment. What's Gaff bullish on? He can tell you. That just means that your credit wasn't settled. You still have to, like, your cash still has to settle. You can still get a GFE if it doesn't. When rowing? I don't know. Maybe later? Gaff bullish on Rev? Yeah, he is. But probably not because of making money, to be honest. From what I understand about Gaff. He's just bullish on it because he wants to see his FTD thesis in real time. I have 412 August 19th SPY puts, break even around 410 on them now. Would you hold over the weekend, or will theta decay eat away at any potential break even profit? What's your theta decay on the 19s? Is it that bad? SPY. Hold on. August 19. And if they go in the money, right, then the theta, you have 412s. So if you go in the money, your theta will fall off. But it's only at 0.21. So you're not going to lose that much theta over the weekend. It's just a question of if the SPY keeps going down into Monday, right? Hey, Revlon broke above VWAP again. Cool. I said BBY might be mimicking 8-3 price action. If it does, we'll end the day below 7. I mean, that's not really how historical data works, but yeah, sure, there's some similarities. I don't really care where BBBY ends the day. still have stops on these? Oh, no, I don't. I need to set stops on these. Hmm. I expect to see gamma squeeze and heavily shorted stocks next week. And short squeeze in the end of your month. End of the month. What are your thoughts? I think BBBY and like Revlon and a few others have the potential to gamma squeeze next week. I don't know if GME does. GME's up decently this week. It would depend on the number of calls exercised versus sold, right? As far as short squeeze end of the month, possible. A lot of things look like they're lining up for it. If Rev blows up down the road, is it better to exercise at the strike needed than sell shares on the run up, or set a stop on the options at a price I pick? It's easier to get rid of options, but you lose your value from implied volatility. So that's a big sacrifice in a short squeeze. Are you talking about this? I was signing up for IBKR options this weekend. What data for basic options trading? Just like Opera's probably fine. You just want live options price data. iLag looking nice today too. I mean, it's just illiquid shit all over the market. Like yeah, I don't really think this looks great. There's plenty of other things that look better. Jesus. Oh, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Does it have options or not yet? Where can I view OI easily? You can download the CBOE data at the end of the day or following morning when it updates for free. It's probably the most accurate source. Rev has the potential to full on squeeze, but I don't know if it does. I mean, it'll really depend on how many people buy into it, right? I'll admit nothing. Plus, I'm full bull AMC now. Uncle Aaron told me the way to be an infinite liquidity pool is to issue a second worthless ticker on the same infinite liquidity pool. Genius. Same like crushing the shorts, right, Gaff? Just making sure that they don't run out of shares to trade ever. Can you reiterate about the difference between exercising as opposed to selling your calls during a squeeze? Where's the value of IV come in? On the price of the contract? The IV means that, you know, the contract is worth more potentially than the underlying shares in the contract. It acts as a multiplier on the price of on the premium of the contract. I was having a conversation with a super stalker about GME, and he brought up that there have to be more than 1 billion shares in brokerages. Realistically, how many shares can there be floating around? The last time I looked at the Bloomberg terminal, it looked like there were like 23 million shares in brokerages. So, that many. Plus DRS, so, you know. Billion shares in brokerages. Look at BBY got a nice FOMO bump from Wall Street Bets. Wondering what happened to Rev if it gained traction on there as well. I know it has to hit above 500 million market cap first. Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know. They'll just buy weeklies on it, right? Like, it's not like their pumps really anything more than superficial. On Rev, it'd be good though because it'll generate a lot of FTDs. I'm out of my SPY August puts. I don't like that money I lost anyways. Nice. You see me Jimmy running past 40 today or saving that for Monday? I don't know. Trend's pretty good. I'd be okay with it if it runs past 40. ETF FTDs, I mean, there's some today. It's just hard to determine like how many. So if you had 2.1 million one day and 2.5 the next, right? This can be carryover, or maybe only 1 million rolled over, right? Or, you know, 800 million or one like 1 million rolled over, or like 800,000 rolled over. You don't know how many rolled over versus how many were just created on this day, right? So the information we get doesn't really help us determine, you know, how much. It's just that we know that they are higher here and here. And that's all we can really work off of. Plus DRS, I mean, that's probably the missing 977 million shares right there. Oh, Jesus. Thanks, Dan Donkey Man. You expect us to go back to 35 after the 10th? That part I'm not so confident in. Like the downside move. They haven't really shorted as hard since June. Theoretically, they should. They should short the absolute fuck out of us once the ETF FTDs are cleared. But that doesn't mean they're gonna. They haven't, right? And that's a deviation from their usual behavior. So I don't think there's a guarantee that they short the fuck out of us. We won't have a lot of positive price pressure. So at least we'll mostly be flat after the 10th. But we may be down. Rev's biggest problem is the fact that IV's been priced in already, which makes far out of the money contracts more expensive than they are seemingly worth. I mean, for now, but if it starts running, like they're super cheap, right? Compared to what their value would be at, you know, even at like $20, those $35 contracts are like almost like what, $20. That's a $19 move per contract. So sure, it's priced in, but it's not priced in for a move, right? It's so you're paying a premium for the potential, but the potential is huge. Imagine if Wall Street bets would invest in at the money long dated calls instead of out of the money weeklies. The gamma ramp could take us to the moon. Yeah. You could say that of basically all retail investment though. Like most retail buys weeklies. They're cheap. People don't have a lot of money. And they'd rather have leverage and a small chance of winning than have like theta and consistent gains. So it's like the point at which greed and poverty meet perfectly. What would you make full bull on Rev? What would make you full bull on Rev? I'm pretty bullish on it. Like, I don't know if I can get more bullish than I currently am. I guess I could. I mean, but I'm already pretty bullish. Has your Cash App account been unlocked? It's supposed to take them 48 hours. Up to 48 hours. And at the 48-hour point, I'm going to sell the 30 fucking shares of AMC I have. At least they're up, right? They're up like 500% from where I bought them. Yeah, I've had 30 shares of AMC locked in a blocked Cash App account since like February of last year. I can't believe you don't want to ape dividend. I can't think of anything more embarrassing than owning that. Could do a quick but in-depth explanation of FTD covering, how it works in FTD cycles, like when do they have to cover what, etc. Well, market makers have T+2 with the potential for another +2. ETFs have T+5. This is before the fail occurs. Well, this is technically after the fail occurs. The fail occurs on T+2. These can be extended with Reg SHO. Like they can mark long, or Reg T, sorry. 35 calendar days. But it requires, you know, marking it long, which in the ETFs, they almost always do. Market makers very, very rarely ever take advantage of this. After this is complete, you know, it hits CNS, and then gets settled based on volume traded. If it remains unsettled, then it has to go back through CNS until it's settled. If CNS gets overloaded, like any other system, you know, they need to generate volume to clear, and that causes buying. Right, so if you have like 1 million FTDs that need cleared, but you only get 800,000 volume. Okay, volume. Then you're carrying over, you know, 200K FTDs into the next day. And this isn't really 1-to-1, but it's just an example. And then, you know, the next day you have like 1.2 million FTDs. right? And so your FTDs are starting to move past the volume traded on the exchange. And so you need to generate volume. You need to buy in order to clear your FTDs. Giancarlo Cici, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. If you message me over on the Discord, I'll ensure that you are appropriately added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. You'll be added, of course, as a billionaire to the country club. And you will be able to shit on the pores from your glorious perch. I suggest mocking their small amounts of money or their short-dated calls for ultimate satisfaction. Any solid DD on why not to hold in computer share? Trying to get something out of it and to start using shares to make money. Well, covered calls. Covered calls are a big reason to never put shares in computer share, right? Because you're losing the value of volatility in your investment by not selling that volatility if you're holding your shares. How do you think it would take to push BBBY past $80 before Jan? A bye-bye baby sale of $2 billion or more? That'd be cool. I don't know if BBBY will ever hit $80. That's a big stretch. It's really got to do some crazy shit. Like Cohen would have to double down while they sell off, baby. And then like Vanguard has to come in and buy another 10 million shares or something. CNS is perfection. How much FTDs are you expecting for this cycle? There's no point in counting them. It's a worthless endeavor to try to determine the number of FTDs. Well, it has been. We'll see if it remains that way into the future. On Tuesday, someone bought and executed deep in the money calls for Rev amounting to 10 million shares. Assuming that generates FTDs, who's on the hook for those FTDs? The MM? Yep. That was also, those were done in order to clear FTDs and get Revlon off of Reg SHO, right? They wanted to pull Revlon off of Reg SHO so they don't have to meet the locate requirements that Reg SHO enforces. They are called reversals. They use them on GME as well to keep GME from going on Reg SHO. Same exchange, generally. You're still holding on to August puts in anticipation of CPI data next week. Yeah. I don't have very many of them left, but I still have some. I have some, I should buy more of these, actually. Really? you please exhibit more excitement for the camera? Yeah, I don't do that. Who the fuck is buying AMC? Probably institutions so they can dump their bags on retail. Can we trip screen it? GME, BBBY, Rev? Ew, no. I already don't like split screen. It drives me insane. That rev resistance is a strong one. Yeah, because they removed the $8 calls from the leaps. No calls for Bobby above 10 for September. Is this normal? There's three strikes to buy from. It's mildly irritating. Well, first of all, those will increase with the price action moving up, like the range of that. But that chain was opened during a period where Bobby was trading between $4 and $5. And so, yeah, it's very narrow. How many monitors do you have? 2? You haven't lived, so you have 16 tickers up at once. Yeah, that's just a waste of time. You can't pay attention to any of them when you do that. I feel like Rev is going to be boring as fuck, and there's randomly going to be massive vol candles, and it's going to shoot up to 100% in a few hours. That'd be cool. I'll take that. There's 10k OI on the $30 strikes for AMC weeklies. I wish I sold those. Imagine being the person who sold them, right? They're just naked, right? They just sell fucking naked calls. Good for you, Surfa. Oh, it's pushing 8 again. That's for me for later. Up 535% on those 40 weeklies. Should I hold? Why not? I don't know. Fucking do whatever you want to do. Sell them. Sell some. Keep more. I don't fucking. You can take some profits, cover your cost basis. You know, instead of losing your money on a turnaround. Are you holding your GME August 19 calls over the weekend? Probably. Depends on if they close in the money or not. They're pretty close. The 40s are still a little ways off, but ooh. They're about to get fucked again. We're gonna go into Friday generating another fucking obscene amount of FTDs. You know, I'm just gonna say it. I like this stock. Well, actually, both of the ones on the screen. It's been a good week. It started off kind of poopy with the SPY going animal, but you know, it's recovered very, very nicely. Yeah, it's been a very good week to be a DGen. Bot Wookie Cream, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Welcome aboard and congratulations. Hit me up on the Discord,
Birthday, Gurk.
and I'll find a place for you. Do you play any UK stocks? No. Why is there so much popcorn talk today? Oh, because Adam Aaron's doing something else to rip off his shareholders, which they think is bullish. Will you name your first cat JFresh? No, I've already named my first cat, and then he passed away. And that was my only cat. My ref calls are acting really strange. IV is moving inversely proportional to the stock price, resulting in my contract staying at the same price regardless of movement of the underlying. Let me tell you something. The underlying has barely moved. Rev or Bobby, your favorite child? I definitely like Revlon better than Bobby. Bobby's cool, but Revlon's got more potential. Unless Cohen doubles down. I still have way more money in Bobby than Revlon, though. Something I should probably fix. Which the thing is bullish despite all of them voting against share issuance at the shareholders meeting. Crazy, right? Yeah, they vote down dilution, and then he just, like, finds a loophole to dilute the stock anyway. Super bullish. I long for 10 million volume day post-split. Who would have thought it would fall off that hard? Yeah, I mean, technically it should have picked up, right? Am I also a Dillionaire? Or what is that membership I have called? I have no idea what your member... Check. Was selling equal ups for overlent stocks due to institutions recalling overlent shares to sell? Yes. Ironically, it does. Selling triggers share recalls. I think it's because Matt K isn't streaming. Oh. If BBBY holds $7, should that provide enough GEX to run on Tuesday? It'll be a decent amount, yeah. It depends on how many calls are exercised there, Kazakh. Crest, thank you so much. Guys, shout out to Crest for hooking you up with some free memberships. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Frank the Tank. Thoughts on Jimmy's chance of hitting upwards of 43 today, Monday? My high PT is like 42. I don't think it'll break 43. It could on volatility, but it may not. I didn't have an opportunity to DCA down and want to reposition at some point. Sorry if you'd answered something like this before. I can only tune into the channel occasionally. I would look into the end of next week and the week of the 19th for probably your best entry opportunities. I think once the ETF FTDs are fully resolved, there's a pretty good chance that we'll see a small drop or a larger drop in price. So yeah, I would be looking to, you know, like the 11th, the 12th, into like the 15th, 16th, and 17th for a potential low for buying shares or like selling CSPs. It's okay. It was a really long time ago. Honestly, even if RC doubles down, I think Rev has higher potential. You might not be wrong. But what if RC doubles down and they simultaneously announce the sale of Baby? I mean, I think BBBY is more heavily shorted. Or, well, the volume of the short position is far greater, right? Is that happening to AMC overlent recalls to sell? Probably not. I don't think anything's super overlent on AMC. It's got, 500 million shares. Just FOMO. What does SPY usually do during OPEX? Usually recovers from SLD. Andrew, upgrade to Dillionaire. Dude, thank you so much, Andrew. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream to the Dillionaires Country Club. We'll provide you with your robes and whatever other not occult accoutrement that you may want to collect. Be sure to stop by the Bursars on your way over. I'm going to wait till Monday before selling any cover calls. GME going to do ups. They're going to release shares this time, though. I'm selling instead of holding that bag. I don't know if they'll release shares yet. It's a bit soon. I would say several more quarters before that happens. I think the biggest question about GME doing ups right now is, are insiders going to sell off some of their now long-term holdings that they have received dividends on? So they can collect a salary. AA is a god. He can do anything he wants. We don't know why or how or possible. Maybe Jim Cramer and the big boys are just giving him the plays and paperwork needed. I mean, it's not that hard to pump a stock if that's your goal. Wouldn't RC want to keep Baby due to being an online retailer? We just wouldn't. I mean, he was the one who suggested the sale of Baby. What do you think? October 21, SPY at the money put for next week's leading into SLD through OPEX weeks. October 21, SPY at the money put. I mean, I have a shitload of puts on the SPY right now, Marpo. They're for September, not October, but yeah, at the money, 412. You could potentially get a better entry in the early part of next week, maybe, but you might not. The SPY's trading in like the upper range right now, so it's probably not terrible. Especially if you only intend to hold through SLD. What do you have to say about the super stock who thinks RC is waiting for the perfect time to initiate a GME share buyback to kick off MOASS? I mean, if they wanted to kick off MOASS, they wouldn't have split the stock and issued shares, right? Those kind of both go against the creation of a MOASS type event. Volume in maybe, but not over leverage percentage. 51 million institutional, 48 million restricted. Is already double all shares. BBY and GME, you have to guess over leveraged. Rev is clearly there. True. Both BBY and Rev have big potential, but I think Rev is more guaranteed to move. BBY is much more liquid, and there are more places for them to get out of the short position. Yeah, BBBY is this is my concern with BBBY. Is it's extremely liquid in ETFs, and as the price goes up, it will become even more liquid in those ETFs. So you know, they have a lot of ability to push price down and manipulate price action on it. Whereas Revlon got dropped from all its ETFs, right? So their liquidity source is gone. The only way to generate it is to put the liquidity in themselves. Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin. Thank you so much for becoming a Log Johnson. It's not hard to pump a stock. How do we pump Rev to 10 before today at expiration? Well, Bob Vance, the collusion to pump a stock, or the inference of that collusion, is illegal under the Securities and Exchange Act. I would never advise anybody to collude to increase the price of a security, nor will I participate in that collusion. I simply like the stock. Don't you think it's very, very unlikely that we see RC double down and a sale of Baby? I think that would need some cooperating between RC and BBBY board, or so far they haven't really done that. I don't think it's that unlikely that RC doubles down. I don't know who the fuck would want to buy Baby in the current macro environment, though. Price target to exit with an at the money spy put for October monthlies would be 385, 390. Yeah, it's not a terrible target. Better to say when GME gonna make money and EPS. This should be like 6 to 12 months. Yeah, it could be longer than that. It depends on how much they start investing into growing their e-commerce business. Canine Depression Cookbook, Moana. Thank you so much. AA is a legend because he managed to pump the stock while deleting 400% and selling all his vested interest. Yeah, he's done very well for himself. I don't have a Pi-Fi membership, but if I had, I would cancel it to buy AMC instead. Jesus. What I love about all these stocks popping is how confident I am that profits will find their way back to GME. If we don't run at the same time, we will soon after. Yeah, probably. What are the SLD dates for August? August 17th through 19th. I just realized there's potentially a huge unaddressed content gap for your stream. What are your feelings about spicy food? I mean, I like spicy food, but I don't like food that's just hot for the purpose of being hot. Like heat when added to a dish can really elevate it, but just like eating ghost peppers is fucking stupid. Now nod toward the lawyers. Who's colluding to decrease the price of a stock? They're simply taking a position that says that risk is overpriced in the market, right? That's not collusion. There's no provable collusion there. If you like it so much, why don't you buy more? I've bought plenty, Grim 2. Thoughts on IWM coming crashing down with the SPY and the market finally gives up on this run? You know, I think IWM will perform better than the S&P over like the next probably like 2 years. Small and mid cap companies are very efficient, and then like you know, a high inflation environment and then a deflation environment when the size of markets begins to decrease in which people are competing, that's where small and mid cap companies excel. So I wouldn't bet so hard against IWM. Like it'll move down if the market crashes, but it could turn around and outperform it over the next few years. So I'd be careful with that, I guess, is what I'm saying. Ban that guy, just ensure that he can't get a membership. It's probably a good idea. I don't want some paper-handed bitch buying my memberships. Finally up on all my Bobby. Would it be a good idea to reposition all of that into Rev? Oh, bro, that's entirely up to you, man. Is it a good idea to buy companies that have already announced their bankruptcy versus owning a company that has not? No. It's not gonna stop me from doing it, but it's no. I'm not selling my position in either one. Barring an outside catalyst, which has a higher price next week, Bobby or Rev? They both stay at 8 forever. I wonder how much Rev Roaring Kitty is holding. Probably none. He has enough money that he doesn't need to buy garbage. Okay, Dave Lawyer. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna do a total return swap between Bobby and Rev and just keep both of them flat for all eternity. You're pushing DRS now, but why? When did I push fucking DRS? I'm 500 shares long on Bobby through CFDs. 5.28 US dollars. When do you think the price will go down so I can be short? Next Thursday? Probably dip into next Thursday. He liked stocks heading for bankruptcy. Well, I mean, they're volatile, right? That's one thing you can almost guarantee out of a bankruptcy is either the company will let it happen or they will fight tooth and nail to stay alive. We'll never know, C-Mill. And that's the beauty of it. Happy Friday, Gurk. I want to thank you for the education. I've been nailing support and resistances lately, and it tickles my pickle. Congratulations, man. Thank you. How does Mac Dork look on GME? Finna squart? Not yet, no. It's finna get real grindy. Then it squirts. If you don't grind on low liquidity levels in the stock for a little while, it won't squart. You know? You gotta tease it a little. Get it warmed up. You don't just jam your position in. Where can I start gaining the knowledge that you have? Read everything that you can find on finance, market mechanics, papers, academic studies, practice. Give yourself exposure to the markets, but don't lose all your money. You know, you can do it through paper trading. I really wouldn't be surprised if DFE bought like 10K worth of rev and calls or something on the gamble that's like 1/10 of his CC position. Do you think the $8 rev strikes are gone because they were all DRS'd? Oh, Jesus Christ. What do I do if I can't read? Purchase Hooked on Phonics. I own 200 shares of Rev. I sold a CC for 10 for September 9. I'm just trying this out for the first time. Should I do something with my other 100 shares to hedge or just hold? Up to you, man. When would be a good buy-in for Rev, BBBY, GME? Into next week. Next week and the week of the 19th, I think, are going to have the best buy-in opportunities. So is OPEX in August the week of the 19th, or is it the last day? Is that the last day of OPEX? That's the expiration date. My second? Wait, hold on. I think it's the 22nd, 24th. When are Rev FTDs due? Oh, they're all over the fucking place. It depends on if they're marked long or not. Some were due this last week, right? That's why it rallied so hard. They weren't covered, right? Like they just moved sufficient volume to push them out again. Would you say the majority of your profitable bot positions consist of leaps or monthly contracts? I don't have a lot of open leaps right now. Some, but not a lot. Mostly like monthly, quarterly stuff. I generally don't play anything that far out. It's pretty rare that I'll buy into something like for long-term holding. I'm eating Honey Nut Cheerios with sliced banana and half and half. It's yummy. That sounds really creamy. Why don't you just melt butter and pour it over your Cheerios and banana? You buying any more GME calls on Monday or just sitting on what you have? You know, it's an excellent question. I don't know. I have a share of Apple. Finally, WeBull gives me something that's not a fucking fractional share of CX. Oh, nice. Wait. Thoughts on VIX calls? Very cheap right now. Oh, nice. Who stops allowing the sale of, or who auto closes 0 DTEs at 2 p.m.? Which brokers? Sold half my AK shares at 775. Probably should have held, but happy with the profits considering the cost average is below 5. Nice. Fidelity does, and Robinhood. Now it's time to cover. WeBull closes at 345. No, you can hold your WeBull 0 DTs all the way into expiration. That's one of the things I love about WeBull. Not only do they let you buy 0 DTEs all the way, I think as long as you have an hour left. Yeah, Schwab does too. I think as long as you have an hour left, you can continue to buy them. And they will let you have them expire worthless. BBBY is right on the fucking screen, Vincent Freeman. Carlos Schwab lets you lose as much as you want. I love this game. WeBull's 2 hours till expiration on the buy side. Are you sure? I thought it was just 1. Did they change it? Okay, I'm gonna get an ice cream and make myself a snack, and I will return momentarily. I've returned, but YouTube won't let me renew. Cool Daddy, what's up, dude? Why won't YouTube let you renew? That's horseshit. Been a while, man. How you been? I've got some Bobby August 19 $8 calls that are up almost 300% today. 150% over my buy in a few weeks ago. Buying a few weeks ago. Worth holding over the weekend or sell today for profit in case of a drop. Up to you. I mean, Bobby's probably not going to change much in price overnight. I know you mentioned it before, but what are the Tesla resistances below 870? 850, 838. I guess there's technically more. There's resistance at where it's at right now at 874. Resistance at 851.96, 832.72, and 818. No problem, Twin Peaks. If you're brave enough, E-Trade will fill 0 DT order seconds before market close to the real degen play. Gurk, I'm up 5 million% on my 0 DT AMC call. Should I hold over the weekend? Absolutely. That's the most intelligent option strategy I've ever heard on this channel. I'm good. I had to take a break, but I love my new job. It pays 60% more than my last job. I can actually afford a vacation next month, and life is good. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Tesla to 311.64. One day. This is a Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich. They're the best. Nice, Hammer Bro. Congratulations on your first CCs, dude. Alejandro Gutierrez. Thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. Anybody besides me and Gurk make money on that Tesla dip? I don't know. Yeah, probably. I know there's some other people who are short Tesla on the dip. I'm not out yet, by the way. Although I really should kind of get out. Okay, so 450s are dead. Do I sell off my 320 calls here? I have 320s for August 19. I could exercise them. It's fucking expensive, though. Guys, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna get fucking assigned on my Amazon calls. Right? It just needs to hold 140. Because I don't want to own it. It just like ties up a bunch of capital I could be using on other shit. Yeah, I have some problems with long-term holding Amazon, and then also I think that it could be much cheaper later than it currently is. I think deflation will hit Amazon really, really hard just because of their size. Listen, peanut butter and pickles, the SPY can't go down until I get assigned on Amazon. I don't make the rules. Jimmy, go over 40. Let's go. It's trying. Girk's Amazon CC's propping up the market. No, I pumped the market so they would get called away. Are we gonna dump after Cenas? Maybe. Nice, Travis. Are you getting out of Amazon or just wheeling it? I'd like to get out of it. I've been locked in it since before the split. Because I keep selling in the money calls and the price kept fucking dropping. Rev dark pool percentage 64.20. Yeah, it's quite high. Who's the person spamming Zom to 130 like over and over? I wasn't spamming it. I'd say it like once a day. Oh. Why? Were you just like long on their earnings? Well, you've said it again. Yes, I see that. Monday, Tuesday equals gamma plus ETF FTDs. Tuesday doesn't have very many ETF FTDs. Wednesday, Thursday, gamma. There won't be a lot Wednesday, Thursday. And they won't hedge it, right? They'll just drop the price into it rather than hedging it. So if it runs up Monday, Tuesday, and people buy weeklies, they'll drop the price back to spot by Friday or Thursday. Say the peak is Tuesday. That way they don't have to hedge any of the shit that got bought during this period. Or anybody who bag held through the top. Can't we just get the money to do it ourselves, Gaff? Like, what do we need them for? Long Zom since 30. Nice. Okay. He's talking about ExxonMobil, not Zomedica. Whatever the fuck that company's called. If GME dips at Cena's time, is it wise to get into some at the money calls for August 19 to play Monday, Tuesday potential run out? Sure, could be. Can you let us know if people are buying lots of weeklies in GME? People are always buying lots of weeklies in GME. And if we close above 40 today, they'll buy even more of them. What page do you use to track off exchange percentage? I usually use Market Chameleon for like intraday off exchange. And then end of day, I download the SPI file. You just like search by your ticker. Today's slow creep up doesn't look like FTD covering 11.3 and 5.12, 4 halts that day. Do you think this means FTD settlement is coming Monday with a higher chance of up on Tuesday? I mean, there's some FTD covering today, without a doubt, especially with the market being choppy and us grinding up. But I do think that there's not a significant amount of it. So yeah, I think Monday has far more potential. When rug pull next Tuesday or Wednesday? I have Sega. I don't actually know if I still have Sega. I closed the brokerage, but I think I still have Sega. Did I get stopped out? No. Yeah, I definitely still have Sega. The rest of them seem like bullshit for the most part. Like I don't really like a lot of the other plays. They're all like sympathy plays, and people only play those because they're broke. Hmm. I can't figure out why I can't change this. Like one of these settings? Hmm. No, it wasn't like letting me change it. It was weird. Like a bug or something. I think Martin Shkreli is short Sega. Oh, well, good for him. I've already made profits, so I hope he makes it on the downside. Digging the 2x GME. Oh, it wasn't intentional. Sold options expire at 4 p.m. or at close? Are they open into after hours? Asking for a friend. They can be exercised into after hours. Jimmy not high enough for you to sell in the money CCs yet? No. Has Sega topped? I don't know. I bought in yesterday when it was like, I bought back in yesterday when it was at 18. You know, people asked that about like Moderna once when it was trading at like fucking $40. Never underestimate people buying shit that they know nothing about. You buying zero DTs today or what? What did you consider earlier? I have 30 calls at 40 for GME and I have 20 calls at 39.38. I can't believe people are trying to rehabilitate that dude's reputation and help him pump and dump again. What are you gonna do? I mean, Matt Kors has a YouTube channel and quite a large following of investors. So, what's worse? Crime or idiocy? They're both equally damaging. If Jimmy doesn't pop along with BBBY and AMC, Jimmy's up like 3% today. It's doing fine. How does it feel to know that you have to do a real daily recap today because of Bobby's massive VAPs? Really? I don't know if there's a lot to cover there. It broke into the higher gamma level and caused more hedging because people FOMO'd into it this morning. The algos won't allow GME above 40 at close. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I figured out your stream's demographic. Masochist degen gamblers. Anybody who trades stocks is a masochist. Does today's GME price action fit in with what you were saying about liquidity crisis on the stock? I don't really know if one single day's price action would confirm a theory, but I mean, yes, it's longer term price action does. Or it's starting to. Irish goodbye again today. I mean, there was nothing to say about yesterday. And I thought it'd be funny to end the stream like that. Better yet, I clipped it, and then people would like get out of work yesterday and tune in to get their stock info for the day, and then they just got nothing, which is also funny. My dad said he was going out to get an algo, and he never came back. Tesla is shitting the bed again, finally. Don't say that. No! Why? Just bounce. You can do it. This is a resistance. It can do it. It can bounce. I just need it to be worth more than 140 today. After that, I don't care. Goddamn piece of shit. Never carry Bezos bags for him. Does BBY have any actual squeeze potential? Yeah, a bit. You don't understand, okay? Fuck off, Bitcoin bot. If Jimmy closes above 40, that's like 20k contracts in the money. Yeah, it's significant. I'll show you what happened. So I had CSPs and I bought puts on their shitty earnings. And then it tanked, right? So I sold in the money covered calls. Like deep in the fucking money covered calls. Then it tanked more. Right? Then it bounced a little. And I sold deep in the money fucking covered calls again. And then I didn't get assigned again. Then it absolutely fucking ripped into its split. So I was like, I got this. And I sold deep in the money covered calls again. And I didn't get assigned. Now's my shot. Oh no, people keep paying me premiums. You don't understand though. It's locking up a huge amount of money for me that I could be using on things that don't suck as much. Yes, I'm trying to get assigned. I have like 2,000 shares of Amazon at a cost basis now of like $32. I don't want them. You know how much money I could dump into Rev if I got assigned on them? No, it's okay, Daniel Supreme. It's not going to fix it. Why do you have to get assigned? Just sell them. No, I want to be assigned on them. Because the premiums are pretty fucking sweet. It left the split trading at 120, and I sold 105s, and they didn't get assigned. It's not the same if I roll it to a lower strike. That's cheating. $140. Do you see BBY going up more next week, or is it just straight up FOMO? It looks like a lot of FOMO, but it could move up more next week. Like a bunch of options went into the money today. If some of those are exercised, or you know, like bi-weekly contracts are carried into next week, then yeah, there's some opportunity for price improvement. Cool Daddy, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Which song do you want? You want an old one or the new one? All right, you're getting the new song because everyone wants to hear it anyway.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire up, don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock.
Give me the classic? Oh. All right, after this I'll play the original. Nasty Nate, thank you so much for the memberships. Guys, shout out to Nasty Nate for hooking you up. I gotta find the original. The OG one. It's here.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
I'm such a terrible trader. I can't even gift it to win. Make sure that you have gifting turned on. Can you talk about what's causing the rise and fall in EPAM so I can try to figure out how to get in for next time? I don't know if there'll be a next time. It lost a lot of value due to the war in Ukraine. Um, a lot of their like C-suite and stuff was located there, and I think the expectation was that it would hurt their profits, and then it didn't. So it's been kind of crawling its way back, and then they just smashed earnings for another quarter. So they've been rocketing kind of ever since that. So it's been choppy, you know, trading between like 300 and like 350 for a while, and I've been just trading the channel. But it finally broke out. If the market comes down hard and Nasdaq comes down hard and it returns to that like 300 320 level, it's a really good opportunity to get back in on it. Can we hear the I Can Be Green song? Yeah, sure.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red,
You know, Rusty, you could just create a new YouTube account.
I can be hurtful, I can be full,
You can have more
I
than
can
one.
be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full.
Can you invite Mo Money onto the stream and quiz him on his market knowledge since he's a data scientist on YouTube? That wouldn't be very nice.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent.
Bobby calls are up 800% right now. I'm fucking titillated. Took profits on half, exercised the rest. Free shares, so juiced. Congratulations, Plumber Poopy Hands. That's fucking awesome, man.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Check Discord DMs. Alright, that's pretty funny. Oh, guys, hold on. Jimmy's about to break 40. What about the algos? The algos aren't going to let it happen. Let's see who wins. The algos won't let it. Jesus fucking Christ. Is it because of the fractals? Is that why the algos won't let it? It's not algos, it's limit cells. I'm definitely going to financially recover from this. Congratulations, Ryan Eichen. Just got here. Did you see BBY broke 6? I mean, it's trading much higher than 6. It's trading at $8. Oh, look at that. We had orders at 40. What about the algos? Where's the algo idiot? Where did he go? Yeah, the market isn't run by a mysterious coven of supreme artificial intelligences. It's run by degenerates who made up their own rules. God, I love stocks. What a great stock day. Except for Amazon. This thing's a piece of shit. Oh, it bounced. Nice. Where's JFresh? Do we have any data yet? Is JFresh intentionally not giving us Greek neutrals so the price of the stock will go down? He's eating Fancy Feast and being sassy. That sounds about right. Is Turd around? Where's Turd? Turd, can you do me a favor and DM Linux total? No, the algos are fighting back, guys. Oh no. Fractal rejection at 40. How many calls went in the money today on Bobby? A lot. Doesn't this dilute the common shares value and options? Yeah. Well, no, they'll just dilute the new stock, right? Ko-Fi. Been backled in BBBY leaps, still at a loss, but been moving my stops up today to ensure I'd be able to capture any gains from this run. Thank you for the exit, DD, and everything you do. Thank you so much, Yaga. Do you see pushback to max pain on GME towards close? No? Max pain is meaningless, okay? Let me Max pain is constantly hedged throughout the day, and it just moves in relation to the price of the stock. No one's fighting for max pain, right? Wow, Girk, I think people are actually learning something. Chat figured out $40 times 4 equals $160. uh I don't want to think about it. I've had to explain division at least twice over the last 2 days. TDA, Revlon has special margin requirements. Oh, I know that. It does on WeBull too. I think it has... Yeah, 300% maintenance requirement. Same for IBKR. The secret to your success is the VWAP hat, which we don't have. No, it's not. Do a long division problem on the screen? We need it. No. Bobby about to take off? It's interesting, but probably not. I don't know, maybe. It's not really getting any volume. Like, it looks good across the whole day. Like, on the 5-minute, this looks amazing, right? But it could still get rejected and retest before breaking out to, like, that 850 level. Can we get the Power Hour video today to celebrate this awesome day? I'll think about it. Algos? I'll go lay in this pile of cash. Get fucked, nerd. Thank you, Plumber Poopy Hands. Beautifully said. We got lipstick, towels, and dead video game retailers. Still hopeful for Monday FTDs. For GME? Oh yeah, I think definitely. A run? I mean, probably not much more than like we saw today. Maybe a little more. The spread is still so wide on GME. It's really wide today, actually. It wasn't so wide yesterday. It'll take some time for liquidity to tighten up again after the split. It's just a fact. But it's getting wider. Today's pretty bullish, so it's extra wide, but you know, you gotta wait till a slow period and see what it looks like. You think they'll try to clear FTDs after hours, slam it before Monday open? Well, it's possible. You were expecting more FTDs on Monday? Do you still think that's true, or do you think they covered early? I wouldn't say they've covered early. Like, we've had some price action today, but it's not anything exceptional. And we're really only up like $2.50 from market open. Not even. And we're only up $1.70 from yesterday's close. Regional defense, I mean, there was a post-split sell-off to some degree, but it was less than I would have expected it to be, and way less than, you know, academic analysis would indicate. Well, showed the girlfriend the port. Finally might get laid tonight. Finally, if she doesn't go to her friend's cough gherk house. Friends cough gherk. Oh, I get it. You know what? I'll keep my portfolio in my pants today, adopted by Dan's. You can have all the glory. Why Rev being poopy today? It's not. It's doing good. It's trading at $8. Algo VTech just kicked in. For all the calls that went in the money, do MM usually hedge for those calls, regardless of weekly or non-weekly? They don't like to hedge weeklies if they can avoid it. If they think they can drop the price of the stock, they'd rather do that than hedge. 1,800 calls go in the money at 40. They're going to fight tooth and nail to keeping it from closing there. Probably. Rev might as well be a garbage collecting company. Why is that? I mean, yeah, sure. As long as they were failing at the rate they're failing at, I don't give a shit what the actual company does. Yep, still bullish on Rev. Are you gonna keep your GME calls over the weekend? Probably, yeah. They're for August 19th, so like I really don't care about holding them overnight. And I got most of them in like the $35 and $36 range, so it should be fine. Why don't we just touch our prior high of 40.41 before retracing? Significant? And should we expect violent ups if we create a higher high? It's 40.43. So no. I don't know how violent the upside will be Monday, but I know we have, so you know, when we go out to here and look at the GME chart, right? This estimate, this is just the price action from the previous FTD cycle back in early June. Our FTDs are higher, so you know we beat this, we beat the low here. We peaked higher than the high here. These are on the 1 hour, so they're a little offset, but you know you can see the trend, right? So we're outperforming a little bit. If tomorrow's the largest FTD day, or Monday rather, then you know it'll outperform to some degree greater than these, right? Which is, it's minimal, but you know we could maybe test as high as I think like 40, maybe 42. That'd be kind of crazy, but maybe. Especially if Gamma Max moves up. Power Hour song? Yeah, sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Learned a ton watching your channel. Do you have any software to manage positions across brokerages, or do you just manually track? I just manually track it. I used to use oh, what the fuck was it called? I used to use a program that would like show all your positions, but it was super buggy. It's better just to have your like whatever brokerages just open and switch between them. I'll go get in. We're approaching the March high. The March high is at $50. Seen us up or seen us down? I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting. Hmm. We're seeing BBBY at an $8 high today. Is it sustainable? I mean, it looks pretty good. A lot of options went in the money. You probably don't remember me, but I held through the split and I'm now able to sell covered calls. I can't wait to start doing this. Thanks to you. Thank you for the help. Long-time lurker. No problem, Diam. Thank you so much, man. Good luck. Oh my god, I've been standing alive with my hand up for like an hour now. I'm sorry. Where are all the meme stocks running except GME, relatively? Are they? Oh, hold on. No. AMC is just trying to catch up to the GME market cap. Boom. Greek neutrals. Thanks, Atomic. Thanks, JFresh. What's this? 1,000 rev. Total 55. Am I fuck? I'm trying to escape the 10 that I bought way high. Otherwise, cost basis is not bad. Wow, you bought a lot of August 19s. That's the shill Gamma Max? Are you as bullish on GME as Trey is on AMC? Nobody's that bullish on anything in real life without medication. Hey, Girk, we expecting VUPs on Rev for August OPEX. I don't know if it'll be for OPEX, but I'm expecting VUPs on Rev at some point. Don't try to time it. Can you please share your long-term expectations for BBBY? Do you expect it to continue running up next week? It could. The short position is breaking down. Remember that before they shorted it, the stock was trading at like $30. Trade dropped the AMC moon thing a while ago. He now pretends. Oh, that makes sense. Close above $40 would be nice today for the weekend. Let's fucking go. That would be cool. We'll see. Maybe the next rally. Cenas is in like a minute. Even after the split, BBBY daily volume is a lot larger than GME daily. Yeah. It's also a lot cheaper than GME. Are CCs at major risk for the next week? And Bobby and Rev. Hmm. I'm going to sell covered calls on both, but I'm definitely waiting. Not sinus, visceral, but it could have been like hedging a straddle or something. Just let everyone know their CCs are safe. Let me be really clear about something you never want to do. You never want to sell an in the money covered call on a Friday. The chance of you getting exercised overnight is exponentially higher. Do you like puts on XPXL? It's okay. You just buy calls on XPXS. I'm not super at risk of being assigned on my Amazon calls, but they also expire today. I just got temporarily banned from SS for making a post about Revlon. Is it like one of the rules of the sub that it's not specifically about GME? If you compiled a team of anti-quants from the audience, who would make the cut? Popcorn Trader? We would just give him tickers and then watch and see what position he bought, and then buy one closer to the money. I'm pretty sure there's also a rule you're not allowed to own other stocks other than GME, nor are you allowed to make money with said stocks, or make money with your GME shares. Yeah, those are the unwritten rules of Superstock. What do you call a not quant? Like a quaint? Cunt. Mm. Yeah, you already won, Sir David P. I sold CCs today. Thanks for your wisdom. No problem, Bipolar Bear. No, we beat the algos because we broke above 40. The statement was the algos will not let us break above 40. And then we did. Why so many BTC bots today? I don't know. Maybe we're attracting a lot of crypto bros. For crypto, I think it's spelled like right? You misspelled broke. Why is the bid-ask spread so wide on Rev options? The IV is insane, and the options you're looking at Or probably very illiquid still. Thanks for letting us know when to sell, Dave Smith. By the way, Tesla broke 860. Let's go. Nowhere for it to go but down, right? That's the beauty of shorting shit. Is if something's overvalued, it has to go down eventually. Still looking good for Monday? Yes, panicky bag holder. I mean, autist formerly known as AJ. They've started hedging the options chain on BBBY. Puts are still a little more expensive, but it's evening out. Have you done any School of Stock videos on shorting? I mean, I don't generally directly short things. I don't like losing infinite money. I buy puts on stuff. Oh yeah, we have another channel with 2 videos on it. The next video will be out sometime in the next 6 to 9 months. Make sure that you hit the bell icon so that you can be properly notified when it's released. Ten out of 10 shilling. Thank you so much. I know you told me to stop sending you BBBY options trades, but look at your DMs. You son of a bitch. How do we have less than 1K likes with 1,900 people in here right now? Probably because I didn't really ask anybody for them. I could, but that sounds like a waste of my time. I know you told me to stop sending you 69 months. Activated glutes. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Okay, Dave Smith, if you post that again, I'm gonna time you out. Here's your cut. Seriously, thank you. You're changing lives over here. I didn't come for much, but I'm working to change my family tree for good. Maple? You're gonna go with oak. You know, don't go birch. It's prone to disease. Thank you so much, Polar Bear. Looking forward to School of Stock becoming a YouTube fin drama channel where you expose Matt Kors for being really bad at applying lipstick. Play to your strengths. You don't want to make the school videos, so just find good ones and recommend them. It's basic YouTube networking. Yeah, I don't do that. I just assume everyone on here is a shill. We need to come up with a catchphrase for you to open with, like, hey, Pickle Fam, are you ready to make money using these simple steps? Join the Discord for all the secrets to making millions. That sounds really disingenuous and like a lie. That'd just be lying. I should start with something like, hey guys, you ready to lose all your money, friends, family, and girlfriends over the next 6 to 8 months while you learn how to slightly take profits in a year or two? And then like that's how I sell it, right? Because they're like, oh fuck, profits. Joke's on you. I lost the girlfriend years ago. You want me to send her back? Plot twist, channels of 100% about selling AMC puts. Remember like 12 months ago when you joined, we joked about this becoming a cooking and makeup channel, then BBBY and Rev became a thing. Please make sure future plays are not so cryptic 12 months out. Thanks for it all. Thanks, Draxix. BA, welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please.
Hey guys, you ready to buy all these weeklies? I'm definitely not selling you. I can't imagine what the stream would be like if you were teaching us how to take 1% profits on blue chip trading, on blue chip stock trading. Ugh, gross. Have you guys ever watched like day traders? Like normal day traders, not fun shit like we do. Like professional, like actually good day traders, like just sit there in the pre-market and buy like 10,000 shares and they're like, oh, I'm up 1%. And they like try to panic limit sell out. It's so fucking dull. Why? I don't know. A warrior trader is just like on a delay and front running is like teaching Discord or whatever. Right? Like he just streams on like a 5-minute delay. So they think he bought, but and he like makes them back holders. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Because he's playing like micro caps in the pre-market. That way a small group of people can influence the price. How's Bobby and Jimmy look for the coming week? Also, not sure if you can see the tag. Because I have to type out the name on my phone. Oh. They look good. Everything looks pretty good. Bobby's got some options in the money. Jimmy's got some options in the money. Jimmy's got some ETF FTDs next week. Bobby's got a few still. Could be a good time. Until Tuesday. Actual traders that trade and aren't scamming people don't seem to spend their time on YouTube. Well, now I'm conflicted. Good. Would it be prudent to hedge against your own GME FTD thesis by selling some CCs in case it doesn't play out Monday? Sure. On Monday. BMG put their pickle in my jar. What'd you say? Why are all of your Ko-Fis censored? The intro is very simple. Who's ready to lose money and get cucked by me? Excellent, BMG. Well spoken. Price target BBBY Jan 20. What? Are you asking what BBBY will be worth in January? How the fuck am I supposed to know? Oh shit. Someone buy some? Did it say the first sentence? Yeah, but I wasn't gonna say it. Selling 47cc today, expiring next Friday, is a good idea to take advantage of weekend theta. Sure, but weekend theta is really not that much, right? Price target GameStop April 2024. 47.50. Is Jamie a good buy here or wait until it dips? I'd wait until it dips. This is expensive as shit for GameStop. GM for Bobby was $7 going into this morning. We're trading above it, expecting it to shift up if we continue to run. Well, hopefully enough out of the money calls were bought, right? We'll need to see the OI on Monday morning. What do you think our boy Bobby is doing next week? Well, we're going to have some gamma imbalance, so that'll be cool. GME price target for June, December 2098. GME dip into late next week. Probably dip late next week into early week of the 19th. No, I'm good, Bob. In my TDA trading account, it's only showing 40% of the GME shares I should have post-split. Can you say interesting or acknowledge this? Did you sell 60% of them? How many shares do they have to hedge my Feb 7C? Probably plenty. BBBY is very liquid. Price target for Ape 1 month after release. 0. What is the value in it? It's just more shares of AMC, right? Like more dilutable shares of AMC. What are your thoughts on rolling a CC into next week at the same strike? Less likely to be called away if it's not expiring. But you're better off rolling it up if you want to avoid assignment. Awesome day today. Also, you think Rev dips next week, or chance it falls by Thursday? That's hard to say. Rev's not. Rev has so many fucking outstanding obligations that it's gonna be very unpredictable, and it doesn't have ETFs, so it's not gonna follow the same, cycles that like GME and BBBY do. Not exactly. It does follow some of them to a degree because of the ETF settlement period or the FTD settlement periods. Blue chip day trading is akin to exclusively doing it missionary with the lights off. It took forever to get through this because of edits. Thank you, Plumber Poopy Hands. Yes. I fully agree. Do you think you're gonna get assigned on your CCs on Amazon? I don't know. I hope so. They're in the money, so why not? What's Tootsie Roll doing? Just want to check for Dork. Let's traded 10 shares in the last like 30 days. Looks great. How great would it be if you're in the money but still don't get assigned? Don't say that. Okay, Popcorn Trader. What was your snack before ice cream? What was my snack before ice cream? I didn't have a snack before I had the ice cream. My membership just expired. I swear when I make money on any stock play, I'll get a membership. If I make 1K on GME on this OPEX or anything else, I will buy Pigeon Whale. But thank you, Varix. Don't worry about it, man. You don't have to give me your money, bro. I appreciate it. Tootsie Roll have a liquidity problem. Yeah. It's boring. For your thesis on Rev, do you expect it to run past 40? Not really. It could. The potential's there for it to like actually squeeze. But my price targets are far more conservative. I'd be very happy with like 15, 20 bucks. If it hit 30, that'd be insane. Vospre, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
You should take the hint. Nobody wants your Amazon shares. I mean, I could just sell them, but that's not how I wanted to get rid of them. I was like, I'm going to sell these super deep in the money. And then if I don't get assigned, they'll be free. And then I just kept not getting assigned. Rev doing VUP? Oh, nice. That's weird. Ivy didn't tick up on that. Rev doing halt into close? T+2+2? Ooh. Where's Gaff? Gaff! Oh, they're creating so many FTDs. Look at them go. My calls are still red though. That's because you're bad at this. It's okay. Do they create FTDs to satisfy FTDs? All the time. RDBX just started moving hard. Interesting. If Rev closes over $9.16, this thing's going to be plastered all over Wall Street bets all weekend. Good. Closed 15 contracts that were up over 140% today. 4 of the 5 last options trades were profitable. Thanks for the knowledge you share. That's why I work for free. Call me. Will do, Gurk's publicist. Thank you so much. Can you summarize what happened with Bobby? Short side capitulation and some FOMO. Mostly FOMO. Listen to Secure. You're going to want to look at Redbox too. I don't, because it doesn't have options. These are PCO only, right? Because they closed down the options chain. I know it can squeeze, I just don't give a shit about it.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here.
No, actually, if the stock halts at 345,
I think you might like
it will stay halted into after hours.
Show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
So they just need to internalize for 2 more minutes. Right? If they were trying to do that, which I highly doubt, but... Yep. If Rev halts into close, it pushes obligations out until Monday morning. Yeah, they can halt it to the downside too. It doesn't matter. Stupider, but... Dmitry Ivanov, you have a nice weekend too, man. Thank you so much. Did you roll out of all your Rev 819C? Yeah. What's the purpose of that spike on Rev? Who knows? Just clearing. When do I get the fancy billionaire designation? Like, you got the free super chat thing? I'm sorry I called you a shill, Gherk. You're right about Rev. It's okay, man. You're not the first person to call me a shill. You definitely won't be the last. Well, in the money CSVs get exercised if the stock's halted into close. Yes. Sorry, man, one question. Should I get level 2 data for selling cover calls and running the wheel? No, but you need live, you want live options pricing data. Like, you don't really care about the level 2, right? But you care about live options data, like Opera or CBOE Live. I was the first to call you a shill. No, you weren't. You were one of the first. Let me be known. Sometimes I wee when I poo. Wait, doesn't everyone do that? Dude, that's perfectly normal, Sean Daniels. That's the most normal thing you've ever described doing. Rev has FTDs for all the days, okay? So when you're asking me, like, when does Rev have FTDs, it's all the time. Shill for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dans. In 3 months, I've turned 14K into 600, then turned 600 into 35K. Thanks for all the help. It's been an adventure. No problem, Jay West. Thank you so much, dude. Thanks, Cody. I hope you had a great day today. I sure did. Yeah, today was fun. Rev SHO. Bear market over into close for SPY. That's true. You did. You did pioneer calling me a shill, JC. Full ported into AMC 0DT 50Cs as a value play. Thank you for everything you've taught us. Have a great weekend. Thanks, Odorous Colon. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers, what's the pack of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Nice. Well played, Mike. Well played. Rev 0 DT is looking really cheap right now. Yeah. So FTDs are forming like a snowball. You got it. What percentage of your pre-August OPEX Rev position is in place? Right now? Oh. No, maybe like 30%. I'm sorry about your Amazon CCs. Wait, what? It was above 140. No, it still is. I'm going to get there. How do you know it's generating FTDs without the SEC data? Because we can see them. No, because I mean once it starts, it doesn't stop that easily. Liquidity has to be introduced to stop the snowball effect, or the feedback loop, if you will. Which stock are you most excited for? Oh yes, keep going up. Pump it. The thing I'm most excited for is getting assigned on my Amazon shares. I can finally take profits out of this bag of shit. It's not $1 million. Well, if it closes over 140, are you auto-assigned? Not automatically, no, but if it closes over 140, my chance of assignment is very high. Why would you say that, Bipolar Bear? Was there any good DD on Redbox? No. Yeah, here. They sell movies out of vending machines. Physical discs. Think how much Rev you could buy if you're not locked up in the Long Island house deal? I mean, I can still buy that much Rev. I'll consider it, WM, but not right now. Not until Rev rips again. Still plan to sell weekly GME CCs on Monday? Yeah, probably. Thanks, B-Watts. You're my favorite B-Watt. You sound like Jimmy Bears, circa 2020. Okay. But I'm like the most bullish on Jimmy. Oh, you mean about Redbox? I mean, it's really just a huge piece of shit though, right? Hey, I'm not saying it can't squeeze. I just don't have any interest in it because they don't have options. And everybody thought it was going to squeeze the last time, and they closed the options chain down on them after opening it illegally. Hey, Gurk, remember I bought your 140 CCs off Craigslist? I regret to inform you that I will not be exercising these financial instruments, you shill. You son of a bitch. You better exercise them. So my Jimmy CSP didn't get assigned. Is buy right next week a good idea? Or better sit idle until after they slam the price and enter OPEX calls? I would probably wait. If you're going to buy GME, this is a very expensive price to be buying it at for shares. If Rev goes big, is it profitable to exercise and sell CC or just sell contracts? They're both profitable. I mean, probably make more selling contract or like selling the contracts. We'd be buying more Rev, of course. Redbox about to change the world. Imagine pulling out, handing over the earnest money, and when the seller and realtor ask why, you just reply, Revlon stock. My offer still stands to Contemporary Bonsai Landscape Pickle Financial's Long Island office. Thanks to the offer, Stefan. Gamma imbalance on Bobby going to be pretty big? No, we don't know yet. We won't know till Monday. Any price is a good price if it goes to the moon. Sure, and if it doesn't, these prices are ridiculous. I'm investing in a bankrupt makeup company. You're not alone. Is Rev a good buy now? Yeah. I mean, I have like almost 6,000 shares. I have plenty of calls. So after a year of watching, I've just discovered my teenager kids have always been confused as to what Cornish hens have to do with pickles. Everything. I don't know. I don't know what the CPI numbers are going to be next week. Do you have Garfield validated with this rev bump? No, don't listen to him. He's just going to be trying to collect his shill money for the rest of the day. Happy anniversary, a day late. Thanks for all the knowledge you dropped along the way. Thanks, Rococo Taco. This is MOASS. Thanks for everything.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside. upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can
Ding
be
ding.
green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
All right, so wrapping up today because it was interesting. GME, nice climb up on 8 million volume, which is I think our highest volume day since the split, if I'm not mistaken. So that's awesome. Higher counts of FTDs coming in today, delivering us a little bit more volume. That plus some FOMO from the options, I'm sure. Revlon, next one up. Little spike this morning, and then what looks like kind of a big FTD blowout going into close, or at least really strong buy pressure. Possibly trying to clear out some of those FTDs before they carry over into Monday. Fuck the algo. No one cares about it. We closed over 40. All right. Yeah. Then, lastly, BBBY, also with some ETF FTDs today. Not as many as GME, but some. 52.23 million volume traded. We saw a really good pump off of, some Wall Street bets and new traders coming in into weeklies and bi-weeklies. The sell-off from those really occurred around mid-afternoon and then rolling out into farther dated calls as the short position begins to capitulate here. We will likely see higher and higher moves. Remember that after Bobby surpasses that $9.50 gamma breakpoint, the market makers have to rehedge the options chain, which, given enough exercising of in-the-money calls, could potentially trigger a gamma squeeze. As far as the market today, it continues to chop and test lower highs. I wouldn't really say today was very impressive for it. Mostly flat. Coming up a little bit into its pre-market high, but when that jobs data came out this morning, it really took a beating and still hasn't recovered from that. Next week with CPI data and some more impactful economic news, we may start to see the downside of this, as this I believe marks the seventh consecutive day of massively net negative delta on the SPY as it stays in this 410 to 415 range. So if it's coming down, I think it's probably going to start coming down soon. Remember, SLD is the week following this coming one. If we start a downtrend going into this week and that downtrend hits and is still hitting the market going into SLD, we could really see some serious downside. Give it up for the meme team, man. Absolute killing. Thanks, Pickle Man. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks, Buttlicker. I'll see you later, man. Yep, so that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Remember, the members stream will be this Sunday at 12:30 p.m. I'll be there. Some of you will be there. Some of you will not. But I appreciate it. And for the rest of you, I'll see you Monday morning. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.